gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, it worked. I think,
Well,
anyways. I
That
hope.
worked a treat. You are a professional, Jeff.
I am now a professional
I am
fucking
impressed.
YouTuber. How about that? Hey, everybody. This is a special, special day if you're here with us and those that start filtering in. First of all, you got to see the premiere of my intro video for the channel, and there's a lot of people to thank there. But before we do that real quick, I want to introduce everybody here. We've got an a Thrash internet. What's it called? Interthrashional. I'm stealing Craig Locicero's term. He's going to be really pissed at me, but an interthrashional group of a panel here today. And we are going to be doing the Thrash, 10 essential Thrash classics to be stranded on a desert island with. And we've got a super cool cast here. We've got Marc G with a C. Say hello, Mark.
Good evening, everybody. Or good afternoon, everybody. Or good morning if you're in
Good night.
Australia.
Yeah, for you, right? Yeah. We've got, and so it's Mark's first time on here, and next to him we've got Metal Ben from Metal Ben's Chronicles.
Yo, what's up? How's everybody doing out there?
And below him we've got all the way from Australia and awake at the wee crack of dawn here. We've got Mr. Frederick von Thrash from Thrash or Be Thrashed.
Everybody enjoy their early morning coffee. Hello.
G'day, mate. G'day. Next to him, we've got Mr. Cloudy Modder. We've got Andy from Cloudy Modder channel. Or what is it? Metal Mogul now? Is that
Self-proclaimed metal mogul.
self-proclaimed?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're all pleased to be in the presence of royalty. Thank you.
I have nothing to back up my claims of being a metal mogul at all.
And then next to him, my partner that helped me out a lot here, Jonny Mac, is with us
Yo.
again. Jonny Mac and I've done a bunch of stuff this month.
Greetings and salutations.
Yeah. So, real quick on the intro video, I hope everyone saw it, and if you did, please let me know in the comments. I'd like to hear about it. Basically, Johnny, you're so noisy. I'm gonna mute you, bud.
Yeah, well, if I mute it, I don't think it's me.
Well, when you're mute, I don't hear it. Anybody else?
Yeah, I can still hear it.
Well, no, are you hearing a little bit of a slapback?
Oh, no, I can hear it a little bit actually somewhere now, and Johnny is Johnny is macked. Johnny is muted.
Muted, yeah. Hang on a sec. We thought we had this sorted out. My bad.
It'll be that fancy intro that's done it.
Hello. Ben, I'm going to mute you. I'm wondering if it might be you. Hold on a sec here. Because you're on a phone too. Hello. Uh-oh. I think we found our culprit.
There we go.
Oh, it's Ben.
Yeah, it's Ben. So Ben, I don't know if you're in earphones or not, but I might have to mute you in between, okay? But it's picking up some kind of weird ambient noise from in your room or something. You're on headphones?
No, I'm not.
What, do you have a pair of headphones?
I do somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Do you want to hunt for those? See if you can hunt and find them real quick, and I'll mute you in the meantime.
Okay. Jonny Mac out of quarantine.
Sorry, Jonny Mac. I apologize.
Come on. It's all right.
Do you have COVID again? Did you get COVID?
No. I'm out of mute quarantine. He means.
Okay, mute quarantine. Sorry.
British humour.
Okay, so this is going swimmingly, of course, but basically what we want to do here is we're gonna choose our 10 Thrash classics to be stranded on an island with. And real quick on the video, I just wanted to note some stuff. The intro video, the music was done by one Andrew Lyles. I don't know if any of you guys know who Andrew Lyles is. Kind of a found sound, just an incredibly weird and wonderful, drone artist. He does drone, dark ambient, weird stuff, and metal too, obviously. And then he Yeah, you're still hot, Johnny. I gotta turn you down.
Yeah, he's making a sandwich or something.
Yeah,
I'm moving my albums about. I'm moving the records about and stuff.
There we go. That's
So I
better.
can't get to anything. So I was moving
Now you're
them about
better.
on the
You're
sofa.
better now. I got you. And so Andrew and I kind of collabed on the writing of that track. I gave him some guitar chord stuff through a direct message. It's so cool to be able to do something like that. Sent him some DMs with some guitar ideas I had, and then the laughs obviously in my voice are me, of course. And then he did all the wizardry on the Pro Tools stuff, or whatever he uses, Apogee or something like that. And then I had an edit done by one Lustmord. I don't know if you guys know Lustmord, the dark ambient guy. He did an edit on it, and then my friend Melinda did an edit on it, and we finally got there. And then the video editing was done by Jimmy at Future Ruins. So we're going to do a whole video on that separate of this, but hopefully it came off looking cool.
Wow.
And I appreciate everybody being here. So the premise here is that we're going to talk about our 10 favorite thrash classics. But before we get there, I kind of need to ask, and I think I kind of know. Johnny Mac is my age. Andy, do you mind if I ask your age?
52.
52. So you're in Johnny and my age. I'm 57. Frederick, you're 53, right?
Yeah, 53 this
Mark?
year. Yeah.
Where are you at, Mark?
I'm 50.
You're 50. And Ben, you are 40. I think you're the youngster here. You're 44, somewhere in that range?
44.
44, right. So
Yes.
we're all kind of in that pretty good sweet spot of coming into that type of music in the mid to late 80s. I was in fucking high school when these albums were coming out. And so what I want to kind of do is go around the room and find out from everybody, what your thoughts are on thrash as in general, like where you first learned of it, how you first learned of it, and maybe the first time you heard it, what your memory is of your first album or your first band that you might, that really sticks out as the one that kind of kicked the desire to go deeper into this music. So Mark, I think I'm going to go with you, and I need to just change our format around here. I think there we go.
I'm getting enlarged.
There you go. You're getting enlarged and in charge, man. So
I've not
what's
even
your
brushed my beard or anything.
first memories?
I was at school when I met a good friend of mine, still a good friend of mine now, and my father was always into music, and he had a great vinyl collection, and it contained Black Sabbath, The Who, Led Zeppelin, David Bowie, all the great sort of 70s music. So I used to borrow his records every now and again, and play them. Michael Schenker was another one that I remember.
Oh, yeah.
But a friend of mine, he was actively sort of buying music, and it kind of started with AC/DC, White Snake, Bon Jovi, those kind of normal bands that were around in the sort of mid 80s in the UK. Twisted Sister, Van Halen, and it kind of just stepped up a little bit and started, discovering Iron Maiden and sort of the more traditional sort of heavier bands. But it was when I listened to that music, it was never really about the lyrics. I know the lyrics are very important for a lot of people with music, but it wasn't for me. It was the music itself. It was the riffs, and I was looking for something a little bit more. I'd gone down sort of the Alice Cooper route. I was getting into all these bands that I'd heard there was good guitarists in the band, and things like that. And getting onto the subject we're covering tonight, it was Master of Puppets by Metallica. I remember we used to have a chain of shops in the UK called Woolworths. In 86 it was, and I'd gone with the lad I'm talking about, my mate Lee, who kind of got me on this, G'd me up on the path, if you will. And I bought Master of Puppets, and I remember getting it home, and my mum and dad used to have a little tape player in their kitchen. And I didn't even when I got in the house, I didn't even make it out the kitchen. I just sat on the side, put the tape in, and I played it, and it was like a revelation of. It was just this. It was the riffs. There was music, and it wasn't about the vocals. They weren't the important bit. It was the riffs and the rhythms, and that was that. Then I kind of abandoned listening to that sort of rock music at that time, you know, and then I just hunted out as much thrash metal as I could. But luckily at the time, it was also kind of the time for the birth of death metal. So as I was discovering these thrash bands, I was also discovering these brand new death metal bands that were taking thrash metal a little bit further. And as time's gone on and the age I am now, I appreciate all the music that I was into even back then. You know, I was probably a little bit elitist when I first got into it. It was like, right, I'm not listening to Twisted Sister. It's Sepultura or nothing, you know. But nowadays that isn't the case. I can listen to a bit of all sorts. But it was just hearing those riffs on Master of Puppets. I was like, this is what I've been waiting for all my life, you know.
And that was the first album you bought, then the first thrash album that you would technically.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd bought a lot of albums before that, but again, they were all just hard rock, heavy metal albums. So that was my first sort of taster of Metallica. And I think the next record that I checked out was Ride the Lightning. I'm not sure if it was, but I seem to remember thinking, this band are brilliant. I need to see if they've got anything else out. And Ride the Lightning was equally good. I think Kill 'Em All at the time for me was a little bit raw compared to Master of Puppets, you know. But obviously now I've come to appreciate that. Because I suppose really at the time, listening to the music you were listening to, it was all very well produced and polished and nice, you know. So Master of Puppets being really tight and a nice production fit perfectly. I think if I would have heard Kill 'Em All for that as the first Metallica album, it might have been a little bit too much for me back then, 86, you know. But, you know, as it happens to be now, that, you know, that's the style of thrash metal that I love, is that sort of raw and underproduced sort of sound compared to modern day thrash, you know.
Yeah, which is kind of funny because Master, like you said, Master was pretty polished, even though it was fucking raw, and it was raw, but it was polished, if that makes any sense. And in that it was those fucking riffs were just pummeling, you know. And same with Ride, you know what I mean? Ride was that way too. It was just the next step up for them as far as songwriting. But and I'm sure one or both of us or some of us are going to have those two albums in our final. I'm sure. I know it would be foolish if they weren't. Let's put it that way. So
absolutely.
Ben, I'm going to pull you up. There is still something going on with you, so I am going to have to keep you muted in between. I'm not sure. It's probably because it's a phone thing. So if you want to talk, you're on now. If you want to talk in between, just do that. Just give me a.
Fun.
That's all right. So how about you?
Fun.
Where was your first run in with thrash?
Ooh. So, okay, well, kind of similar to Marc G with the C. Like before thrash metal, you know, and I pretty much grew up with music since I was very little. So I grew up on bands like AC/DC, you know, the Scorpions, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Def Leppard early on, bands like that, Twisted Sister, Quiet Riot. So for me, I first got exposed to thrash in 1988 when I was only 9. And I had a friend that's a little older than me at the time, and he had some Metallica cassette tapes. So he had I think Justice had just come out around this time, because he did have Justice from what I remember. So yeah, he had the first 4 albums. The first album I heard was Master of Puppets. And man, once I heard Master of Puppets, I was just freaking hooked on this music. I liked the aggression of it. I thought the musicianship was absolutely amazing, you know, and I just wanted more of this kind of music. So that's pretty much the beginnings. Afterwards, I heard bands like Anthrax, Testament, Exodus, not too long after. And ever since then, I've just been hooked on thrash metal.
Do you remember your first thrash purchase? Remember what album was the first one you purchased?
I'm pretty sure it was Master of Puppets.
Yeah, probably for a lot of people, I would imagine. So, Okay, so I'm gonna
Yes.
mute you in between, Ben, not because I want to, but there's something going on with your phone, so we're just gonna have to kind of do that. Let's see, where am I going next? Freddie,
Greetings.
how about you,
Well,
Freddie?
Well, my first introduction to thrash was probably back in 1980, really, when thrash was just proto thrash, like with Venom, Motorhead, and Raven,
That's a good point. Yep.
who which were really the first three sort of thrash metal bands that really were starting out. But I think, like with all of us, I think it was when Metallica released "Kill 'Em All," which broke out the thrash metal scene. But it wasn't the first thrash metal album. The first thrash metal album was Exodus's "Bonded by Blood."
Yeah, but
that was
it got held up in production, so it didn't actually come out. Yeah.
Yeah. So really, you could say Exodus was the first truly thrash metal band, because
But then again, when did the No Life Till Leather demos come out? Was that 83?
I think 82.
82.
82, yeah.
So I mean, it's kind of in that it's kind of like arguing, was Possessed the first death metal band or was Death the first death metal band? I mean, technically you can say, well, Possessed was, because Seven Churches came out 2 years before, but really, to me, Possessed Seven Churches is a thrash metal album with death metal vocals. So
yeah, it's the first death thrash.
Yeah,
album.
It's the age-old fucking argument. And
Yeah.
I was just kind of getting on with all of us guys. Like, where did you come in? What was the first thing you heard? And you got a good point in bringing up Venom, because Venom very well Venom and Motorhead kind of were the proto thrash bands. They kind of started that thing, Angel Witch too. Angel Witch was new wave of British heavy metal, but it had a little bit of a thrashier vibe to it. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah. But so I think the first album would be "Kill 'Em All" with Metallica.
Okay.
As the first album, or no, actually, the song "Jump in the Fire" was the big hit of that album. That was the first song I heard on the radio.
Okay. You heard that on the radio down in Australia or in England?
No, here in Australia.
You were down there, okay, yeah.
Wow. Because it was new, like what Mark said. Thrash was coming out. It was a new thing. It was just following off from the new wave of British heavy metal, but it was just getting faster and faster and heavier and heavier, and even darker as well, because thrash was very dark. Sort of, it was political. It was at that time. So yeah,
awesome.
And I heard, like I said, Mark too, death metal came in around in '84 as well, and that sort of influenced my music as well. And then black metal came in later on.
That's a different episode,
Yeah.
Frederick.
Yeah.
We get too far afield. We're going to talk about every fucking band on the planet. So.
So Metallica came first. And then, I heard bands like Celtic Frost or Hellhammer when Hellhammer first came out. And
Pandemonium's very thrashy, yep.
Yeah, and Battery came in '84. Yep. And that was a different kind of thrash. It was dark and evil. So, it just thrash it all just sort of slowly poured in, and, bits and pieces were coming in. Anthrax was coming in. Slayer was coming in.
Yep.
It all was just, and there was all the different styles that were progressing in the thrash metal scene too. So
cool. All right, we're gonna bring Cloudy, and I want to get to the albums soon here. So, Cloudy, how about you? Where I already did it. Andy, where'd you come in at?
So I think I'm a little bit different. I never had an epiphany that was like, oh my god, what is this music? I want to listen to it. It was, I got into metal very quick. The Iron Maiden route, like a lot of people. Trooper was the first single that I heard on the radio, and then I was just consuming metal. I didn't have a group of friends that were into metal, so I had no one recommending things to me. It was something that I was into. None of my friends were, and I think my earliest memory was it would have been about '86, and it was probably Anthrax. I didn't buy anything around that time, but I definitely had Spread the Disease on a dub tape, and I played that to death. It was just it was fast, and it was It was brighter than a lot of the metal music I've listened to, and subsequently that has also shaped my taste in thrash metal. I've always obviously Joey Belladonna's vocals are different from pretty much anybody else in thrash.
Yeah.
So I shied more away from like the real growly vocals and always preferred the more slightly melodic side. But after that came, I know we're not showing albums yet, but this was a big album.
Oh yeah.
On Thrash. It was only cost £3, and there was just, I mean, Slayer,
what label was that on? What label was that?
Roadrunner. It was like a Roadrunner
okay.
sampler. But
Okay,
there was, 15 bands on there: Pestilence, Slayer, Sacred Reich, Atrophy, Hades. And that
so many classic bands for you to start diving into.
Yeah, but the first one I bought was it wasn't an album either. It was Testament's live at Eindhoven. I didn't really know who Testament were. I remember that. I loved the live shot on the front. And,
You're like, that has to be good, right? It has to be good.
5-track EP, and it's 5 songs off the first album. And
nice.
Again, just kind of hearing the live. And I'd never been to a live show at that time, so just kind of hearing that as well was really exciting for a teenage Cloudy. That's for sure.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. All right, Jonny, what you got? Oh,
okay. Well, for me, kind of a combination of everybody, really. I got into music in the late 70s, so it was punk. So I got into punk sort of 79, just as it was finishing, typical. So first single I ever bought, 7-inch single with my own money, was a Sex Pistols one. I think it was Lock Around the Clock from the movie, which wasn't really proper Sex Pistols, really, was it? But anyway, that was the first thing I bought and played it to death. And I think it had some swearing on it, so I was well chuffed because I was, 11 or 12 or something like that. So, but then I sort of, as the 80s moved in, I picked up an album called Metal for Mothers. So about 80, 81-ish. And that had Iron Maiden and lots of new bands. So, I used to buy Sounds magazine because that's what all the punk stuff was in. And then they'd start putting this new wave of British heavy metal stuff. So I got well into that sort of 80, 81, 82-ish sort of thing. So again, it was all your Motorheads, Venom and that. And luckily, unlike Claudia, I did have a load of mates that were into the same sort of music. So we were all getting into that kind of thing in school. So you were chatting about various things. So I think the first time I actually heard thrash, there was a guy that was about 1 or 2 years older than us. He was called Barnes. I think that was his second name. I can't remember his first name. And we used to go down to Barnes's house, and he had this little bedroom, and he used to just have vinyl all over the place. And that's the first time I saw Kill 'Em All, which wasn't available in this country. He bought it on import, and it was like, whoa! I'd seen it on like sort of Sounds sort of paper brought out Kerrang. It was them that it was a limited edition sort of thing, and it was featured in all the magazines, just Kill 'Em All, and you couldn't get it anywhere in this country until it was obviously, I think, Music for Nations, so whoever put it out. But he had a copy of that, and I also remember he had stuff like Grave Digger and all them kind of things, and Walls of Jericho by Halloween as well, which is obviously speed metal, but it was still fast and thrashy,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Seriously extreme, and it was just like, whoa, this music is excellent. But 85, I was actually at my first festival, which was Donington Monsters a Lot, which I think we chatted to you on the Fish thing that we did, because I saw Marillion with Fish in 85. ZZ Top headlined, but Metallica played. I think it was one of their first shows in the UK. So back in 85, and I think it was one of the last shows that Cliff actually did with them. So I got to see Metallica live back then, and that was, it was just a weird build because, as I said, ZZ Top were playing, Marillion played, and then you had Bon Jovi and that, Magnum, and then Metallica in the middle.
Wasn't Status Quo on that too? Status Quo?
No, they didn't do that one. They did some of the Monsters a lot. I think it was the year before, it might have been 84.
Yeah, they always had a weird mix of stuff back then. Yeah.
But as I said, Metallica were like wedged in the middle. I've got the program somewhere. There was the tour program I did from that Monsters Rock.
Awesome.
And it was just odd because everybody else had a certain type of a show. Apart from Metallica, just came on with a pair of sneakers, ripped jeans and t-shirts and just went for it. And for me, it was it was punk again. It was a new thing. I'd not seen. You didn't get back in the early 80s. We didn't get the MTVs and that in normal people's houses until later on in the 80s and that. So I hadn't seen music videos. I hadn't seen any footage and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that was the sort of the moment for me was seeing Metallica live in '85.
What was your first thrash album? Like,
do you know what? I honestly can't remember. It was in a point that the 80s. That sort of time where I was buying so much stuff, I was just consuming metal at the time.
Yeah.
So I honestly can't think. It was probably a Metallica album after seeing them live, I must admit, or Anthrax or something like that, because they were the stuff that we had over in the UK, because we didn't get a lot of the American bands till later. Especially the Exoduses and all them sort of stuff. They didn't come till later, until somebody managed to get a licensing deal for them.
Yeah, because otherwise you were having to import them, and that was probably pretty pricey, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, I've got a story about importing when it comes to another band, but we'll save that for later.
Okay, cool. I'll jump in quick and give my quick story. The old man arrives into the chat here, and so for me, like most of you guys that are in your 50s, being born in '66, I was already in my teen years in the mid to late '70s, so. The band, I was already aware of Jethro Tull and Yes and Queen and Rod Stewart and stuff like that. But the band that did it for me, like absolutely no question, it was the gateway drug for me, was Kiss, because I'm of that age. So, Rock and Roll Over, Destroyer, Love Gun, those Just to Kill, that little group of albums were like, they were my holy grail to moving into bigger and better things. Not that Kiss is awful, but they were just, now looking back, they were kind of more bubble gummy. But I still like those 4 albums. They're not bad, but and that was my first concert too in 1979. I was seeing them on the Dynasty tour. But then I graduated into, Yes, Full On, and Rush and Triumph and those kind of bands. And by the time I got to the 80s, I'm already in high school in 1980. So I'm discovering Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East, Killers, or not yet Killers, but Iron Maiden, Killers, Peace of Mind, and all the Priest albums, Defenders, stuff like that. And again, we couldn't do much like you guys. The UK stuff coming over was all imports. Now we probably had a little bit more accessibility to it because the UK bands were trying to break the States to make money and to get on tour packages. But it really, for me, thrash began, and I became aware of thrash because of Kerrang magazine. And you guys in the UK, Kerrang, I'm sure. That was my Bible in the 80s, man. I bought Kerrang voraciously. It was imported, and I remember back in the 80s, that magazine was $5, $4 or $5, which was like super goddamn expensive for a magazine, because most of them were like $2.25 or $2.50, $3. So I start reading about, I'm reading about my hair bands like Rat and Motley Crue and Bon Jovi, although I wasn't a big Bon Jovi fan, but those kind of bands. And I start seeing stuff about Venom and Motorhead, which I kind of knew vaguely who Motorhead was, but not really. So long story short, cut short is I find out about, I remember reading about Kill 'Em All, but I didn't get it. I didn't really find out about what I would term thrash until Ride the Lightning came out. And while it wasn't the first one I bought, Master was the first one I bought, along with, I also got Spreading the Disease. Anybody remember when that came out? Was that 84? 5?
85, yeah.
85. So actually, that might have been the first thrash album I bought, was Spreading the Disease. And so it was right in that sweet spot of those bands. Didn't really know about like the Exoduses and the Testaments and the Slayer until probably 2 years later, maybe 86, 87, 88, in that range. And then I started getting into Slayer and Testament and, Voivod and all those bands like that. So, but the interesting thing is that like, I didn't get to see Metallica in 85, but I did get to see them in 86 because I went to see Ozzy for The Ultimate Sin, and Metallica was actually opening for them. And we sat in the parking lot and got high and got drunk and we walked in literally like with like one song left. I think they were doing either Masters or Fade to Black or Sanitarium. I can't remember. And I'm like, who the fuck was this band? You know, and they're like, oh man, dude, that was Metallica. You missed this killer set. So I didn't really get to see them until actually like see them proper when they were on the Monsters of Rock tour in 1988, right after Cliff had died. I guess Cliff died in what? It was at 86? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think it was.
So 88, they come out. They actually played the Monsters of Rock with Van Hagar, Scorpions, Dokken, and Kingdom Come, and they were the second band. Kingdom Come was the opening band, then Metallica, because they hadn't really blown up yet. They were right on the verge of blowing up. Masters was getting a lot of momentum, but they hadn't really like exploded like they did after, And Justice into, the Black Album. But so I actually got to see him with Cliff. I don't remember a lot of it because I was pretty fucked up. But so there you go. But yeah. So how about we get into the album? Anybody want to add anything to what was said there?
When Thrash started, it wasn't really called Thrash at that time. It was basically speed metal. It was all called speed metal back at that time. Thrash wasn't even really a concept yet. But if you listen to the first Slayer album, that's a very Judas Priest style of metal.
So what was your name then back then? Was it just Frederick Von?
I do have German heritage, so but it's my real name. Frederick Von Thrash is not my real name, so you should know, Mark. I'm your friend on Facebook.
Yeah, no, I know. British sense of humor, Frederick.
Hang on, Frederick. Hold on. Mark's trying to get something in. Hold on. What's that, Mark?
It's just the good old British sense of humour, Fred.
I'm British, so
he is. He's Aussie by way of Britain. So, Cloudy, do you have anything to add, or Ben, or any of you guys want to throw anything in on all our little stories there? Or are we pretty good to roll?
No, I saw my first gig was actually at Donington as well.
Wow.
Like Jonny, but it was 2 years later, and it was so literally just as I got into thrash, I got to see Anthrax and Metallica on the same bill for the first ever show that I've been to. So
that's cool.
I went to that one as well. I was there as well, Cloudy. I did see you there, but you just ignored me. You get.
No, you might have been able to see Andy, but he couldn't see you, John.
Yeah, I'm only little, yeah.
Well, you guys have the benefit. You got to remember, in the States here, we never really had those kind of festival things like Donington or well, I guess it's Download now, right? We didn't have you guys have the benefit, and even you could just jump across the channel and go over to, France to Hellfest or over to Germany or whatever. I mean, when you get, have any of you guys from Great Britain been to the States before?
Yeah, I have been to the States. Yeah.
Okay. So the distances between shit is fucking huge. Like if you want to go to Chicago, you're literally talking a 12-hour drive. Or you want to go to California, you pretty much got to get on a plane because you're talking a three-day drive, right? And they just never the festival thing really never took hold here until we got more to the the 2000s, late 90s with the fucking Ozfest and the Bonnaroo and Coachella and stuff like that. But they're hard, man, because they try really hard to just lump too much stuff in, and there's no really real good metal fest. Maryland Death Fest, and the one in Chicago that just happened, and then Milwaukee Metal Fest. That's about it.
Yeah, they do that here now with Download. I mean, Donington was 1 day, 6 bands.
Yeah,
that's it, all day. Yeah. And you go home at the end of it, or you can camp there. Now Download is 4 days long.
4 days.
Yeah. And
4 days.
Not heard of most of the. I'm old. I don't know all the modern what's considered metal bands these days.
Yeah.
But it's just there's like 100 bands, 4 days, and I wouldn't go. I don't go to festivals now.
There's no fucking way. There's no way I could do that. Even if I was perfectly healthy, there's no fucking way I could do 4 days of 200 bands. It's my fatigue level would set in, and I've got the olds. And when I get the olds and they creep in, I'm a fucking horrible person to be around. So it's not. I would not enjoy that. Going to Wacken or Hellfest, maybe for a day. But a 4-day thing, and also if you're camping there, fuck no, man. No fucking way I'm camping at a campground where people are pissing and shitting everywhere and vomiting and drinking. Nah, I'm old. What can I say? So
yeah, I think all of us on this chat, I think that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 days camping. Oh,
Well, you guys are lucky over in America and the UK, because here in Australia we don't get big festivals anymore like Wacken
Sonic?
or
what about Sonic? Did
no.
that's down.
Well, everything got cancelled. You know, like sound. We had a heavy metal
The Soundwave.
Soundwave.
Yeah.
Which was a big festival that was here in Australia. Back in the 90s. But you know, the guy who owned it sort of ripped a lot of bands off. He didn't pay the bands.
I remember that.
And it just went away. We had the Big Day Out, which was another festival, which was metal and rock and that was cancelled as well. So, like, if we get festivals, we get like small ones that, you know, in clubs, you know, like where you get a whole death metal sort of, you know, bands or black metal bands and thrash metal bands, you know, doing little small club festivals, but not like Donington or Wacken and like that.
Yep. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, Frederick, since you're up. So why don't, again, the premise of this is we're going to show our top 10 thrash classics. We all know that this list could change at any point in time, but in this microcosm moment, you had to pick 10. If you were being jettisoned to some island, in this case, Frederick, we're all being locked up with you on Alcatraz. That's a scary fucking thought.
Well, especially with you, Jeff. Especially with you, you know.
Especially with me.
Going into them showers, you know. I'm
the least of your worries. All the chicks would flock because I'm there. Let's just put it that way. All right. So anyway, we're all the old chicks. Anyways, let's put it that way. Let's get started, Frederick. What is your? And again, these aren't in order. I mean, if you want to do them in order, that's up to you. But these are not in order.
Well, you know. It was hard, you know. When you got 3,000 records, you know, of thrash, speed, and all that sort of stuff. Trying to pick the 10 records was a nightmare.
That's Frederick low key flexing there. Oh, when you got 3,000 records.
But you know, I think I picked it. A lot of mixed stuff. So what should I start with? Well, let's start with some local thrash from my city.
Okay, just keep in mind we're doing 10. We're not doing 10,000. Okay?
No.
All right. Okay.
Well, the first band that I think is a local thrash metal classic, which is from my city, is a band called Vandium, BC.
Oh, nice.
And this band is from Perth or Fremantle, which is the town. And this album was first only released on CD back in the late 80s. And this is just pure, as it says there, pure classic Aussie thrash. You know, just hard riffing, say like a bit like Dark Angel, early Dark Angel sort of riffs, and the thrash metal vocals, you know, of the day, you know, harsh and not as clean.
That's a band that never made it over to England. I'd never heard of them until I joined the VC in the last few years.
Yeah, it's a great album. The band are still active. To find the CD of this, the No G CD, you're going to pay like $1,000 for an OG CD of this album.
That's out of my budget. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, mine too. And you know, like back in the day, you don't think about, you know, if these CDs would be worth a lot of money, you know, and I should have brought 10 of them. You know, I could have sold them to you guys, you know.
For 1,500, not for 1,000. Mate, just so you know, that's what this guy's all about over here. Yeah.
So you know, that's the band shot. You know, the classic thrash metal, you know, band shot.
Hair blowing the wind, or wind blowing the hair, or whatever.
Great thrash, you know. It's just a shame. A lot of these bands only did like one album, you know, back in the
What
day.
year
'cause
was that, Frederick? What year did that come out? No, what did the original come out? When did the original come out?
95.
Okay.
So it was pretty late in the thrash scene, because thrash was starting to slowly
Fade out. Yeah.
fade away. So
Yeah.
so they only did one album, and then they just disappeared. And a lot of bands in that era only did one album, you know, because they came late.
Yeah.
Especially in the UK, a lot of thrash came late in the UK. Australia, I think thrash, you know, came, you know, like with the first Metallica album.
Okay. Jonny, I'm gonna go to you next, sir, and hit us with your best shot.
Okie dokie. Well, as I said, I was going to go for the Welsh band, but I'm not going to. But I'm going to show it anyway. There's a band called Tortoise Corpse.
Excellent.
There you go. See, the boys know it. I'm not going to show that though. You didn't see that. But there you go. See, Andy's got it as well. Good man. I was going to show that, but to be honest, I don't know it enough. I've only picked it up in the last couple of years. I didn't know it back in the day because there was no internet, so they even though they were from Wales. Wales is, you know, it's not just 12 people. So I hadn't heard that. I didn't realise there was a Welsh thrash band until I bought the Contact in Blood thing. So another band I was tempted. This obviously for me, I'm going to do things that I've got that I've either seen bands live or I've gotten a sort of feeling for. Now, I was very tempted to go for Lawnmower Death, but obviously they're not that well known. So I'm going to go with Acid Rain.
Ah,
yes.
Yeah. Now, I was tempted to go for The Fear, but I know Cloudy's a big fan of that. So I'm going to go for the first one, which is Moschkenstein. This is an original. Excellent stuff, UK stuff, as you can see.
yeah.
Typical UK thrash band, having a laugh and fucking about, as you do. Yeah, this is excellent. The trouble with a lot of the UK stuff, I know a lot of people over there in the States, and a lot of them just think it's all too jokey. And I think the problem is the singles that they put out were usually cover versions. Like, I know a lot of people thought Zentrix were a joke band because they did a cover of Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
A
right.
lot of the UK bands did that. They did covers, and annoyingly, they were the ones that the record companies put out. These did a cover of Hanging on the Telephone.
Hey, but
which
you know
was
what,
excellent.
Jonny, real quick, if I didn't interrupt, I noticed when I picked a lot of my albums out, like almost, I'd say half my albums have fucking covers on them. I'm like,
Yeah.
was that like a thrash band thing? And a lot of my stuff is not UK stuff. It's mostly US stuff, maybe one or two.
Yeah.
But it's like they all seem to do, you'll see when we get there, because generally that's my problem with the album is the cover. But go ahead.
Oh yeah. Covers were big back in the 80s. And every thrash band, you know, had a cover, or from a popular song, from
Yep.
Queen to David Bowie to whatever.
Bye, Jonny.
I said, if you want a song to go for on this one, Motherly Love, 7-minute song.
Brilliant
Right.
song.
Yeah, it's my favourite Acid Rain song. They still play it live. I saw them earlier on this year, saw them a couple of years ago as well. They were the first band I actually saw out of COVID. Once we all could go and see gigs again, they actually played Wrexham. They played.
Is it still
local,
the
so-
original band, or?
Oh fuck
Just-
no! It's only
just the
H. It's only the
vocalist.
singer.
Just vocalist.
They've got some other guys in.
Isn't it,
I think it's
John?
only H, isn't it, Mark?
What's that?
Is it only H that's it's a
Yeah.
totally new band now, isn't it?
Only H is
Yeah.
the original member. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's the singer. But to be honest, he's still as mental as he used to be. When we saw him 2 years ago in this little club in Wrexham, he disappeared off the stage, as he does quite often, went for the wonder, and he ended up in the bloke's bogs with his mic chatting to a bloke having a piss.
The fuck?
But that sums up Acid Rain.
Okay,
So-
so they're just out there, huh? A little bit out there.
They're having a good laugh, and they've always been a bunch of lads. And it's the effort. last night. I was doing a bit of homework for this, believe it or not, and I watched that Murder in the Front Row documentary again.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And with all the sort of the Exodus and Metallica and all that sort of stuff with the Bay Area and all that.
Yeah.
And it's essentially that kind of attitude that they had then, that a lot of the UK bands had. They just wanted to go out. They were just your mates, and they just happened to be in a band, and they wanted a few beers and have a laugh.
Oh yeah.
So it was
Yeah,
essentially
none of
that.
them. I don't think any of them ever saw world domination like Metallica.
No,
level. I mean,
they just wanted to
Slayer.
get drunk and pick up chicks. But,
Party and pick up
I
chicks.
think
Yep. That was life. All right, Marc G.
That's like Marc G. That's why you
Exactly.
got
Get
man.
drunk, pick up chicks.
I think the Bay Area had a massive impact on the UK thrash scene. I was showing that album before that Acid Rain's one before they split up, and that has got a definite Bay Area feel to it compared to their earlier stuff.
Yeah,
it's a lot more polished up. But the original guitarist from this band, he went on to form Cathedral with Lee Dory.
Okay.
Palm Death. So talking, and obviously, what it wouldn't be right if I didn't show this band, would it?
Marc, it's
That's
pretty
why
dark.
I didn't show it, Mark. I knew you were going to show them.
Marc, it's pretty dark. You got a little bit of light you can get at, or no?
I could probably get a bit of light on the subject.
Yeah, you're pretty dark. I mean, I hear that about. There we go.
Oh,
that'll do her.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
You can also say what it is.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
I blocked my face off. So this is the reason I'm showing this first off is because the first band I ever saw live was this band. I'd gotten into thrash metal, and I was on my journey. And these guys are from a little town, probably about 20 miles away from where I was born. So they used to play the local clubs and that. So this was the first band I went to see, and they're a very Bay Area influenced thrash band, but they do it really well. There's a bit of Testament in there, a bit of Metallica, but I suppose the vocalist Chris Astley at the time, he had a bit of a James Hetfield twang, but it's thrash metal, but with melody, and it's got, even now, all these years later, the minute someone just tells you the song title, you can hear the words in your head. The first song, No Compromise. But they're a quality for me. One of the strongest thrash bands to come out of the UK, and I mean they've reformed now with two of the original members, and they're still putting out really solid thrash metal. They've got a little bit more of their own sort of swing on things, I suppose. But I suppose the only thing you could say in detriment to this album is it is a very Bay Area influenced album, but I think the Bay Area influenced the world in the late 80s, So that's my first choice. Zentrix and their debut album Shattered Existence.
Yeah, I have to make. You guys want to get ready? Throw your tomatoes. You can do it now. I have to make an admission. I do not know Zentrix at all, other than the name. I've known the name for years and years and years. It's just, I never went there, So it's, how it is, man. There's 9 fucking million bands out there. You can't listen to everybody unless you're Frederick and you have an unlimited wallet. You just can't do it. So I never checked them out, and that's really kind of weird. I need to do that. So would that be a good one to start with?
Good. Jeff, the new album's very good, isn't it, Mark? The new album's cracking.
It is, but this is where you need to start.
That's the starting point? Okay.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't contain the song Ghostbusters. There's no fucking shite cover versions anywhere near it.
Yeah,
It's
Marty's not happy with that. Clearly.
Or Jeff, start with Kin. Zentrix Kin album, which is a bit more probably your style. It's a bit more groovy.
Broody.
Like groovy, very groove
groovy.
metal oriented, yeah. Because that's when
where did you come up that I'm a groove metal guy? Where the fuck did that come from? What the fuck, dude? I own one Pantera album. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Frederick, you're off the stream. I'm getting rid of you. Anyways. All right. Who did I not? Oh, Ben, you're next, right? All right. Hang on, buddy. Let me unmute you. I apologize for this, but go ahead, Ben.
All righty. Well, so my pick, I went with Finale Eaters, Alex and Hell.
Ah, yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So I first heard this in probably 95. And man, this album absolutely blew me away at the time. Just Jeff Waters' technical guitar playing, absolutely incredible stuff. Like, to me, their first two albums were the best. Afterwards, I don't think they ever quite recaptured the magic of the first two albums. But I definitely went with the debut. I just think it's phenomenal.
You know the other problem with that band, Ben?
Too many
lineup
changes.
Yeah, so many fucking lineup changes and vocalist changes, man. And it's like, it's hard to. Candlemass was kind of like that too. Candlemass is one of my favorite bands, but they just did 9 million different vocalists. You're like, what? Where do I hang my hat at? And that's the one thing. But that album right there is a fucking ripper. Jeff Waters is a killer guitar player, and you play guitar. I play guitar. Mark, you play guitar, right?
Yeah.
And anybody else?
Not me.
Nope.
Not me.
Frederick plays the skin flute. Anything else? Anybody want to comment on Alice in Hell? Because that's a great choice.
Yeah, This when I first heard this, it just blew me away of the sheer speed. The guitar of Jeff Waters. Very upcoming guitar player. And he just this album is just so clean and it's not raw like the early stuff that came out in thrash. Would I call this a thrash album? It's debatable because it's in between speed metal and thrash metal, or you could call it speed thrash.
You're a little hung up on that. I think they're kind of very similar. So
I'd call that a thrash album.
I get a little bit that whole. It's not speed metal. It's thrash metal. It's like, dude, they're kind of basically the same thing. I mean,
they are.
Really are. I think the only difference.
Well,
the only difference might be, it seems a lot of speed metal vocalists have that higher Bobby Blitz sort of vibe to their vocals, which, and that's would be my take on it. But yeah, I think we get. It's kind of like the whole thing of like, well, that's not death thrash, that's black thrash, that's black and death metal. It's like fucking A.
Yeah. Well, but Jeff, I'm an elitist.
You are an elitist, you little bastard. All right, I'm cutting you off, or I'll let you'll talk all day.
And how can you not like an album with a vocalist called Randy Rampage?
Yeah, true. What you got, Andy?
Right, I am going in big first time. This is it's my number one pick. It's my number one, and I would take it.
I knew it was going to be that.
It was this. If I could only take one album, it would be this one.
That's my album too from Anthrax. Yep.
But my problem would be which version.
Which press?
I could probably take all 10 being
You're one of those guys. You're one of those guys.
Oh no, I'm really not. But when it comes to this album, I really am.
Okay. All right. But, by the way, Cloudy, before I forget, because I know I'll forget if I don't mention it now, you and I have to talk then afterwards about Magnum. We got to do a Magnum thing. Because I know you're a Magnum fan, and we got to talk about that.
Big time. Especially as you're waving a knife at me while you're asking me.
Yeah, well, you'll find people ask me like, "What the fuck are you doing with that knife?" I'm like, "I'm itching. I'm weird. I like to itch with the knife." Sorry. So, go ahead.
Anyway, yeah. So where I think this is where it started with me. But just Armed and Dangerous. That was another one. The Armed and Dangerous EP. That first release that Joey Baldwin was on. That was my first.
That one.
EP. Yeah, that I bought back in the day. That had Anthrax on it. When I heard Anthrax, I went out and I had to get something. That was probably all I could afford. I probably wouldn't be able to afford the album at the time. I didn't own this at all until, probably about 10 years ago now. But I had it on tape. But just start to finish, it was breath of fresh air. I mean, Lone Justice. Now, that was interesting because I thought Lone Justice. I'd heard Anthrax had written a song about Judge Dredd, and I hadn't heard I Am the Law, and I thought Lone Justice was about Judge Dredd.
Yeah, you would think it would be, right? But dude,
Yeah.
that has fucking Medusa on there and
Mhm.
Madhouse, fucking Madhouse
Madhouse.
rules.
Madhouse. What a tune.
I've seen Anthrax probably more than most of the bigger named bands that go touring. And I just want to see them play Gung Ho once and I can die happy. They never play that though. They probably can't keep up with it anymore.
No. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, every song on it, Madhouse, Lone Justice, the laugh at the start of Madhouse.
Yes.
The crazed
Yep.
time for your medication, Mr. Brown.
And I'm about 95% sure that is the first, what I would think, thrash album I bought in 80, 85. I'm 99% sure that was it. Even though I probably knew about, Metallica before that in 84 with Ride the Lightning, I just didn't. That was the first one I got. So, and I forgot to mention too, real fast too, just as an aside to my intro story, I bought, how's this for a good day, man? I bought Master of Puppets and Fate's Warning, Awaken the Guardian on the same day. And those two tapes never came out of my tape deck in my car for like 6 months. That was all I listened to, man. You say
that's a good day though, Jeff. I bought once on the same day Rust in Peace by Megadeth, Seasons in the Abyss by Slayer, and Souls of Black by Testament. They all came out in the same week.
Nice. That's a good week too.
That is a good week, yeah.
You must have had a good paper round, Mark, to afford
I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay, I think everybody but me went, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I'm up. So Jonny is going to show a mystery album for me. We decided he would pull one up and then I would hit my notes.
Oh,
so I don't know what he's pulling here, but he is helping me out.
I like it.
I think we will go with.
Just show me. Don't tell me. Just show it.
Pull Tortoise Courts out again.
Pull it out, Jonny.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean, the album. There we go. There we go.
Nice.
All right, Darkness Descends. Man, that opening riff to Darkness Descends. How fucking crushingly evil is that fucking opening riff?
Yeah.
And the drumming by Gene Hoglan. Oh my God, man. Yeah, so heavy, frantic riffing on this album. The drumming is just fucking off the chain. I mean, only Tom Hunting and Lombardo are in that same rarefied air as Gene Hoglan when it comes to thrash drumming for me. There's a lot of killer drummers out there. Don't get me wrong. I love Paul Bostaff, Steve. Fuck, what's his name? The dude from Forbidden that's on Distortion. Steve. I keep thinking Steve Flynn from Atheist. I mean, he's great. But fucking Gene Hoglan, man. What can you say? What a monster. Burning of Sodom, man. That fucking song is just unhinged. It's so goddamn fast. And then you've got Death is Certain, Life is Not. That's kind of my sleeper track on the album. It's just, this album's nonstop insanity. Now, Don Doty, I don't love his vocals, but he brings that kind of punky sort of vibe to. Oh, I guess I should pull myself up. Okay, cool. I'll pull myself up here. Yeah, Don Doty. I between him and Ron Reinhardt, I'm not sure which one I like. Ron's a lot more shrill. He's a little more biting. But and there are really, really great albums that come after this, right? After Darkness Descends. But that's the quintessential Dark Angel album for me. It's just so fucking savage and so intense, and they're out touring right now and they seem to have like a second lease on life. They're playing a lot of big festivals and did a US tour recently, or a couple of dates. I don't know if they did a full tour, but it sounds like they're going to record again and do like a full-fledged tour. So that would definitely be one to check out. But Darkness Descends is on my list for sure. Okay, we're going back to Frederick, number 2. Oh, I got you muted. Sorry. Hold on.
This one, but Ben showed it, so I'm going to go with another local band that came out in the late '80s from my own city, and they were one of the biggest bands to come out of Australia at the time, and that band is Allegiance.
Oh wow! There you
So,
go.
so I saw this band play live. They opened up for Morbid Angel back in the day. And I was totally different, sort of. I'll put it out because it's a bit blurry. But, so that's the album. This is a reissue. This band got signed to a big label. I think it was Vertigo back in the 80s. They're a band. They're sort of similar to like the early San Francisco bands like Metallica, Testament, Dark Angel, and all those bands. Just really fast thrash metal. Some great songs here. Torn Between Two Worlds was the big hit. This band used to play the Big Day Out because they were so big out of Perth. And they only did 2 albums. This one and another one which I can't think of because it's early in the morning. So yeah. So Allegiance.
Nice.
I do have the CD version of this one. But this one just came bare bone, just with the vinyl. There's no inserts or anything. But the CD.
What's that on the cover? What is that on the cover? I can't tell.
One of those wooden dolls. Sort of.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a wooden doll.
I thought it was like a koala bear in the getting ready to hike the football or something.
No, it's a great thrash. If you're not a thrash fan and you don't have this album in your collection, there's only one word that I would call you.
Loser.
No, poser.
Poser. Okay. I got 2 words for you, Frederick Douche Canoe. Okay.
If you haven't heard this band, do check them out. I think Cloudy would like this band because they sound like Anthrax, sort of like an Anthrax. So.
All right, cool, good one. You're picking some ones I'm sure a lot of people are not familiar with. I hate to say I forgot who was next. I think Mark. Mark, you're up.
Is it me? Let's go for some Bay Area.
Of course. There we go.
Get the lights on. Let's get the lights on. Now,
lights.
Yes, sir.
Put the big lights on. So I know most people, and I always seem to get it when I mention this album, but they all talk about Twisted Into Form. And I understand probably on a melodic level and a technical level, it is the better of the 2 albums. But for me, 80, what was this, 89, 88, 89?
88.
88. It was just the pure sort of aggression and ferocity of the riffs.
Savage.
Just brilliant. And then on top of that, you had Russ Anderson's vocals that were, they could be fierce, they could be sort of aggressive, but then he'd hit these piercing notes.
Yeah.
And I saw this band support Sacred Reich when this album first came out, and live they played everything twice the speed, and it was still spot on. Paul Bostof's drumming was just spectacular, and what I also loved about it is the solos, the guitar solos on this album. They're almost like mini songs within a song. When you hear the solo playing, you can kind of hum along to it. It's just so melodic, and the twin sort of guitar attack has got some elements of sort of traditional heavy metal in there. I think you could tell they were into sort of Judas Priest and Iron Maiden. You can hear that influence there. Not so much in the sound, but just that twin guitar attack. But just a fabulous, fabulous album.
Well, Mark, I don't know if you guys have watched it, but I've done 2 interviews with Craig.
Yeah,
and, we did a whole rundown on all the albums in the first one, and actually Dennis, who just popped in, who was supposed to be with us, but I think he had a work schedule change. What's up, Dennis? You traitor. You're supposed to be here, man. We talked to him about that, and Craig often says they were kind of like the Maiden or Judas Priest of thrash because they still kept a lot of melody. Russ was kind of Halfordish, very Halfordish, very Bruce Dickinson. And, in my opinion, Russ was probably the best singer in the thrash metal, like as far as pure vocalist. Okay,
He had more of a range than any of them.
way more range than a lot of the other guys. Yeah, and he could do the high Halford piercing screams, and he could almost get guttural like he got later. So yeah, I picked the other one. That's Jonny. Pull that one up next. That'll be my next one. So, but yeah, that's a killer album, man. Chalice of Blood. Chalice of Blood.
Oh yeah,
fucking riff.
I even use the opening riff through Eyes of Glass on my on one of my intros to some of my videos.
Dude, it's fucking killer.
Brilliant album. An absolute Thrashter piece.
Yes.
All right, Dennis. I'll absolve you of you. I absolve you at this point of not being here. We wanted you here. The OG Thrash guy, we were missing you, man. But
next time, Dennis. Next
time for sure. Yeah. Ben, I think you're up next. Oops, hold on a sec. And let me get you off the out of prison. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Anyways, for my next pick, I decided to go to Germany. And another brutal thrash album that came out in 1986, of course. Creator's Pleasure to Kill.
Yeah.
Man, this thing is so raw and brutal. I mean, in a way, you could say this is kind of a proto death metal album.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, the riffs are just brutal on here. Songs like Flag of Hate, Awakening the Gods, I mean, Ripping Corpse, the title track, Pleasure to Kill. Just don't get any heavier than that, for that time. Like a lot of people will say Rain and Blood's the most brutal album of 86. Yeah, it is. Probably because it's on a major label, but man, this thing's definitely quite brutal in its own right. So yeah, I'm definitely going with Creator's Pleasure to Kill. Just an absolutely killer album.
That is, yeah.
Nikki, that's another one of my early albums that I bought very, very early on was Flotsam and Jetsam Doomsday, but I don't own it anymore. So I only had albums that I actually technically owned that I chose from. That would have made the cut otherwise. Sorry.
Yeah.
Someone else maybe has that one on theirs, but it didn't make mine. Definitely an honorable mention. So yeah, that's a killer album, and I hate to admit it, that's another one of the bands that while I know Creator, I don't know Creator like I should. So it's Johnny's going to show his entire collection of thrash tonight.
I've got a big stack of albums. I've got every thrash album.
I told Johnny pull 10. He probably pulled like 200.
Yeah, and CDs as well. So yeah, I've just got a stack of them all down me.
All right, well, Johnny, since you're up, why don't you pull your next one?
Okay.
We're jumping around. I apologize, but
yeah, no worries. We'll stay in the UK, I think, and I'm gonna go.
Oh
yeah, nice.
There's me OG CD. This is from the box set that's just come out. What an album this is. I know a lot of people prefer Dreamweaver. I don't, so that's why I'm showing this one.
I do.
Yeah, there you go. You can have that one then, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this album. History of Time to Come. Being a UK band, managed to get to see them back early on, and there's just something about that. The whole image. It's almost like a folk image, and you look at them and you go, "Well, they're not going to be very heavy, are they?" And then you hear that and you go, "Oh, fucking hell, they are."
They look like a bunch of Johnny. They always struck me with like those. They look like Victorian England dudes, like that. They were all dressed up like prim and proper and such. Tut, tut.
Well, they look like they should have been in Magnum. Talking to Magnum, Magnum had that kind of look, didn't they?
That's true. Yeah. Bob Cadley.
Yeah, they look like they should have been in Magnum. But this album is just. I think it's the vocals. Something about Walkier's vocals, Martin Walkier's vocals, are just absolutely brilliant, and it's a story. Dreamweaver were the same. I've got the third one, but we don't talk about that, do we?
No.
It's just, they got a different vocalist in, and it just didn't sound the same. It just seemed to lose the spark. But
So, Jonny,
those two albums are brilliant. Yes, sir.
would you say Sabat have been called black metal? Would you call them proto black metal as well?
Nah, I don't.
No, I don't think so.
Because their demos, their demos, I think were were in the black metal sort of style, which I've read and seen.
I've never heard that. I don't hear
I'm
that
not.
at all.
There's another band though called Sabat, isn't there? From
Japan, yeah.
There's a Japanese band, yeah. No, I think these are the more like these days. Obviously, there's a lot of black metal bands that do the folky stuff, don't they? And there's a lot of American bands that do the like Panopticon and them sort of people that do a lot of the American folklore and tie it in with the black metal and that. But no, I wouldn't. I don't think they I wouldn't call them black metal. No, certainly not on the albums anyway. This is not black at all, Fred. I think this is pure thrash.
Yeah, because I saw their demos and on the demos it says it's about black metal. Because it had the pentagram sort of on their early demos and all that sort of stuff. Sort of the satanic image.
I've never heard them, so maybe that's different than their albums. But I definitely do not hear a black metal thing.
No, I wouldn't say they're black metal, but I was just saying because what I saw like on the demos, they had all the pentagrams and.
I think that could have been more to do with like the old English sort of witchcraft based lyrics.
Yeah, that's probably
Wicca stuff like that. So
yeah,
Cloudy, what you got for us, man?
Game over, man.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Game over.
Yep.
Heard of these obviously because it was Dan Lilker was in there, but I did not own this when it came out. What I did own and what I played to Brain Death was the Brain Death 12-bit. And when I kind of got back into picking up vinyl again, this was top of my list just to get the album in context with Brain Death on it. I love John Connolly's vocals. They're just raspy, barely intelligible at times. Like he's got his balls in a vice.
Yeah.
Probably most of the albums being shown today are probably produced by Alex Perialis. He seems to have got his teeth into a lot of albums. But from obviously 7 minutes 9 for Brain Death all the way down to 26 seconds for My America.
Yeah,
classics, lyrical classics like "Hang the Pope."
Great song. Great song.
But even "Betrayal," it's 3 minutes long, so it's probably a standard thrash song. But it's just got the same words repeated over and over again. I always thought you were my friend, but it seems in the end you're a backstabbing fool. I've always wondered who that was about because
wonder if it was about the point. Yeah, I wonder if it was about Scott Ian and those guys.
Well, says I always trust you. I always trust you with me. You're the mistress of deceit. So maybe if Scott was a bit of a mistress as well, who knows? Yeah. It may well have been, unless that's just a smoke screen. But even the blistering instrumental intro before going into Sin. The album doesn't let up all the way through. And as I say, Brain Death for me is one of my favorite songs. It's not a all's gun blazing for the full length. It's almost like 2 or 3 songs in one.
Yeah. That middle.
It slows it all the way down and just makes you think, right, I'm having a breather here. And then it kicks out again right at the end.
Andy, would you say they're one of the first crossover bands? Because they had that New
York
they do have it. It's very hardcore.
Yeah,
it's
they
very
hardcore,
do. Isn't it? Because I almost went for Survive.
That's the one that I had. That's the one I had.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that I do. I don't actually have a copy of Survive, so I would have been able to show it. But that is, any of the Nuclear Assault albums are all superb, and they're just aggressive and snarly.
I
Game over for me.
I saw them last year. They played last year at UK Death Fest, and I managed to get me photo taken with a certain Dan Welker, so I was well chuffed, mate.
Did you manage to get both of you in the frame?
Yeah, well, I got me mate Dave. I went on his shoulders.
I was going to say, man.
John stood on his amp.
Yeah. I was at Decibel Fest back in April to see Gorguts, and Dan Lilker was there because I think he's associated with one of the microbrews that does some stuff there. And I'd never seen Dan Lilker in the flesh. That fucking dude is fucking tall. I mean, like,
everybody.
Like 6'7", 6'8". He's huge, man. And he nice enough guy. I said hello to him, but I didn't like talk to him. But it was like, because he I will say though about Dan that he permanently looks stoned. Probably because he is, I would guess.
Yeah.
But
Well,
he just,
look at the photo.
he just looks like
He's-
he's like. It was funny as
Yeah,
hell.
that's the look.
Look at the photo.
He's got one of the best bass guitar tones as well. That like bouncy sound he has. It's unmistakable.
Yeah. All right, Johnny, you want to show my second one, which would be the
sorry.
to Mark.
We were
So
going.
yeah, I'm going with Twisted Into Form. I love this fucking album. I love the first album. I love all their albums. I love this band. They're one of my absolute favorite bands. But man, there is some shit on here. There is just some riffs on here. For example, the intro riff, the staccato delayed riff on the title track, Twisted Into Form. Jesus Christ, that fucking riff is, well, Mark, you know, you play guitar. That riff is just so fucking killer, man. It's like, I just want to fucking slam my head into a brick wall. Yeah, that's good. We're good.
Fabulous
So,
album.
couple quick thoughts on this album. Most probably go with Forbidden Evil, which I love to death, but this album just speaks to me because I'm a little bit more of a prog nerdy dude. I like it's a slight bit more melodic and a little less thrashy, but it's still very thrashy. Russ to me is the best singer in thrash, not named Mark Osagata, who we're going to talk about soon, or Chuck Billy and probably who else did I say? Fuck.
What about AK from Flotsam?
AK is great too. AK is great. I had one other guy written down there, but I can't tell what I wrote there. Anyways, Step by Step, Infinite, man, that opening track, Infinite, is fucking just so damn good, man. Those spider riffs, they're kind of like crawling where they go, where you're bouncing in between the top three strings, and Craig is a master of that, man. And you know, I think Dave Mustaine termed it the spider crawling, like sort of riffage, but man, it's all over on this album. Step by Step's killer. One of my favorite tracks is the what's it called? One Foot in Hell, the last track, man. Just kind of one of their epic songs, because Craig, you could definitely tell, like you said, Mark, there was influence of Priest and Maiden there, and so they weren't writing the 3-minute thrash songs. They were writing the 5 to 7 minute songs. And they were, if you're a guitar player, which I am, and a lot of us on this panel are, man, they're just a wet dream of riffage, man. The first two albums in particular. They get a little more simpler later, which I like Green, and I love Distortion. I think Distortion is super underrated. But, you know, when I will say this, when Tim Calvert joined the band for the second album, the level was upped.
Oh, yeah.
It just really went up, man. And so that's a killer album. Again, the vocals are very much on that Halford sort of vein with when Russ goes, you know, up high. And Twisted's one of my absolute favorite albums. One of my favorite albums of all time. So there you go. That's number 2 for me.
R.I.P. is an awesome song. That's
what's that?
R.I.P. on that song.
Oh, fuck yeah, man. I mean,
catchy as fuck.
On all those albums, the only song I don't like by Forbidden, which is weird, and is it on that one? On the Edge? It's on that one, right? I'm on the edge. It's on there, right?
Oh, that's a great song, Jeff.
I don't like the way Russ sings it. For some reason, it agitates the fuck out of me. The riffs are great in it, but I'm on the edge. I can't really. I told Johnny I would not sing today because I was at Yob. I was at Yob on Friday night, and I just destroyed my voice yelling at during Quantum Mystic. So
Forbidden Evil on the edge.
Do that. So, okay, next up, Freddie, you're back. Number 3.
Okay. Well, this band is a band that's very underrated, and I think they should have been bigger than they were. And a band that I picked, I don't know if any of you guys have got this album. If you haven't, you need to get it. And that's the debut album by Blessed Death, Kill or Be Killed. This album, if you like King Diamond vocals, the vocalist Larry Portelli does a great King Diamond vocal
out.
range. You know, with the high pitched, you know, falsetto vocals, then the low sort of almost doomy type of vocals as well. And this is an OG press for Megaforce Records, and that was the band back in the day. Their second album was a bit more thrashy. This one is thrashy, but has that sort of very melodic thrash, you know, sort of the very speedy, slow, doomy type of tracks.
Is that Jersey band? That's a Jersey band, right?
No, they're San Francisco.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you got Analog Archives, Mr. Dennis approves. So there you go. You got the Godfather of thrash. He's approving there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, like the Metal Militia. You know, with Metallica was in the Metal Militia.
Yeah.
All those bands. This was one of the bands in the Metal Militia.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's got some great songs like Omen the Fate is a song dedicated to King Diamond because, you know, like Larry's vocals have that King Diamond vocals. You've got songs like Kill or Be Killed, another great track. But you know,
Frederick, you lied. It's not San Francisco.
Oh, no, not San Francisco. Okay.
He'll tell you where they're from.
Yeah. I think wasn't Dennis, wasn't Metal Militia San Francisco?
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was too. But I was thinking that was a Jersey band. I don't know why that name rang a bell. But I know the name, Blessed Death, but I've never checked it out. So I need to probably get on. Yeah, New Jersey. I was right. I knew I was right. Frederick, you're working on my nerves, man.
I always thought the Metal Militia was like was San Francisco.
That was a Jersey band. I knew it was a Jersey band. I knew it. All right, we can roll the tape back, but go ahead. So that's a good one. That's a good pick.
Check, if you haven't got this album, check it out. It's a classic album. You know,
I like that artwork too. The artwork's cool.
You know, I would also would say this was like pre-Forbidden as well.
Okay. Well, then I definitely need to check it out then.
Because the vocals sound like, you know, had that Russ Anderson sort of type of vocals. With the high pitch, you know, sort of Judas Priesty, you know, type of vocal style.
I think I kind of remember Devin talking about this band and saying that the vocalist had a real high, shrieky, more blitz type Russ Anderson voice. Yeah. So that's why I remembered it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great album. They had another album which was more
good pick.
More deathy. Oh, not deathy, but more hard thrash. But you know, it's a great band. Yeah. And they're heavier than Yob. They're heavier than Yob.
Oh, stop! Shut up. All right. Where are we at? We are at Mark.
Mark.
Yeah, let's get the big lights on.
Oh, you bastard! You stole one. I'm still going with that because it's such a killer album.
Yeah. What an album! I'll never forget seeing the video for Voracious Souls. We used to have a program out in the UK called Power Hour, and it was on there. And I just love the way that the songs arranged and the way it's like pieced together, and all the timing changes throughout this album, really. But it all just sits together so well. Rob Cavestani's guitar playing, his lead guitar playing, is just brilliant. And the two things that blew me away, well, first was when I found out Davey Vane produced it.
Yes, he did.
I was really quite shocked at that because obviously he's not renowned for being in this sort of genre of music. But it was, I think Andy Gallion, the drummer at the time they recorded this album, he was 15 years. Yeah, 15.
Yeah.
They were all young lads.
And you know what? You know what, Mark? Two things. Number one, Marc Cavestani might be the most underrated guitar player out there in metal. He's so good. He's so good, man. And he doesn't get talked about a lot, but the guy is just he's a killer lead player. He's a killer riff writer.
Yeah.
Killer songwriter. He's just great. And then the other thing you mentioned about Vane is that a lot of people are like, oh, that's that hair metal dude. If everyone listened to the very first Vane album, it is a kick-ass album, man.
Yeah, I think when you're getting bands coming out with these thrash albums, a lot of them were going for the same names. They were all going for the same studios, and that's one of the things I like about. I like I love all Death Angel albums, but I love the rawness of this. I love the sort of the youthful sort of exuberance of the whole style of the album. Marco Segoda's voice on this again, he goes from those barks to those squeals, and you think about the drummer, 14, 15 years old, and this performance on this, it's quite unbelievable, really. And just one of the things that I love about this album is not
got any favorite tracks on there.
I think Voracious Souls is my favorite, just because that's the one song that I remember seeing. I remember seeing the video vividly. I can picture it all now. The skateboarding, the bonfire, the walking down the street, everything about it. The great guitar lead, even, it was just one of those tracks that just drew me right in. But I do like Missions of Pain. I think that's a great song. Kill Has One, that middle bit when it gets quicker and quicker.
It just starts speeding up like a locomotive, man. So cool.
Absolutely, again, a thrash to piece as far as I'm concerned. Like I say, I like Death Angel, all their albums, but for me, this is the one.
I mean, a lot of people would go with Act 3, but
which is a great album.
But I like this one better. It's my favorite.
Yeah, fabulous.
Yep,
Brilliant.
there you go, Johnny. Okay. I forget who was next. Anybody remember? My bad. Ben. I'm sorry, guys. One of my issues with my health thing is I have very bad short-term memory, and I forget the order of stuff. So, Ben, you are up, sir. I'll unmute you.
All right.
Number 3.
Yes. Well, actually, Andy picked my number 3. That's going to go with Nuclear Assault to Death or Game Over, excuse me. Rightfully so, because it's a killer album, but I did find a substitute to replace that.
All right.
So I went with a band that's not real well known. They've only put out a couple albums that I know of. A UK band called Torrenega.
There you go.
Yeah, the album God's Gift.
Nice.
And this actually did come out on a major label back in the day. Chrysalis put this out. Just one of them rare thrash albums from back then. That seems kind of forgotten about these days, I guess. But it's a really killer album. I mean, the opening track, The Shrine's really good, has some great riffs. Hammer to the Skull's a really good track. Food for the Gods is absolutely cool. The thing I like about this band, too, they like mixed thrash metal, but they kind of have like a Candlemass doom metal type of vibe to them, too. So they're kind of different in a way.
That sounds good.
And the vocals kind of remind me of Bobby Blitz a bit. So, yeah, they're a pretty underrated band, in my opinion. So,
what's the name of them again? Just Tornado?
Torrenega.
Okay. That's a good pick, Ben. That's one probably no one else will have.
That one that John's showing there, that's their debut EP that was released on Peaceful Records.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great album as well.
Are they still around?
No.
They released an album a few years ago, but they haven't followed up with it. Right? Is it called Righteous? I can't remember now.
Was it Sons of Torrenega? Was it called The Bastard Sons of Torrenega?
Bastard Ballads was their EP. But they were hyped up a lot in the UK, because I think at the time when that album came out that Ben just showed, they just supported Manowar, and I think they were about to go on tour with Metal Church or someone. So they were well thought of. They got a big deal, and they're one of those bands that for some reason, I've no idea why, but they just missed the boat. You listen to that album; it's a great album. It's like Ben said, it's thrash metal, but it's got a nice heavy metal feeling to it.
Yeah, it's
I'll check them out.
Actually, that last album from Toranaga was called Righteous Retribution. I said a couple of years ago it was 2013, 10 years ago since they last released
Wow.
it.
No shit. Wow.
Time flies when you're an old bastard.
Yeah.
That's true.
You're up.
So
You're up, Andy.
my fellow UK guys here have been showing some UK thrash, so I feel obliged to as well. So I'm going in with
Ah, there you go.
Excellent.
Of course.
Onslaught and the Force. Now, UK thrash bands tended to come from three backgrounds. They were either sort of new wave of British heavy metal influence, but then had to play faster because everyone else was. They were influenced by the Bay Area, as Mark says, somebody were, or they were ex-punks that wanted something different. Punk was dead. They didn't get into metal, but thrash was something. So Onslaught actually started off as more of a hardcore punk band. Now, their previous album, Power from Hell, is a very different beast for this. That's more sort of hardcore thrash, whereas this is full-on thrash album. And they went from a 4-piece to a 5-piece. So they added a vocalist, Cy Keeler, who's got perfect vocals for thrash metal. But Paul Maloney, who was the vocalist for Power from Hell, he moved on to bass. And then Jace Stallard, who was the bass player, moved on to rhythm guitar. So they brought in a vocalist and just changed everybody about. But again, as John mentioned before, they put out Let There Be Rock, a cover by AC/DC cover, which
It was on this album.
didn't do anything good for them at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you showed In Search of Sanity there, John. That was very different as well, because that's where they had Steve Grimmett on vocals, and it was a lot more. They changed the vocalist to try and break the US market, and so many bands tried to do that. And
this one had Let There Be Rock on it, mate.
Oh, did it?
Had Let There Be Rock on it. Yeah, we got him it.
And yeah, but Metal Forces, Fight with a Beast, Contact in Blood is actually the inspiration for the book that a lot of us over here are very, very into. But Onslaught, the Force, full on,
great choice.
Proper thrash metal band from the UK that probably should have been better if they'd been allowed to do what they wanted to do rather than what the record label want them to do.
Nate, just to let you know, we're not doing a 10 to 1 or 1 to 10. We're just throwing out our at the moment our top 10 that we would choose to be stuck on an island list. So
if that album, if Onslaught were American or German, that album would have been so much bigger.
Yeah.
It just sailed by so many people, and I think it suffered, like Andy was saying, from their first album was still very, very punk hardcore influence. And I think a lot of people thought this album was going to be the same. You know,
you kind of look like Def Leppard there. What's that now? What were you pointing at, Andy?
Oh, so it was the first release on Under One Flag, which was
was it really?
Which was the Music for Nations thrash sub branch.
Yes. Is that no G?
Yeah.
Nice.
Lovely.
Marty loves that album, I think. Yep.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point, man. All the bands now sound the same. That's very true. Yep.
That's a problem.
A lot of modern death metal, and
that's a problem with modern thrash metal, isn't it?
Yep.
As much as Andy Sneap is a great musician, you know, and he is a good producer, but you know, how many of those new modern thrash albums all sound the same?
Yeah, they all have the same vibe to them, man. Yep. And all that cavernous death metal and all that stuff, it all follows the same sort of thing. And gets tiring after you've heard like 10 bands the same. You can go, oh, that's super cool when it's first or second or third band year, but by the time you hear like 10 bands are like that, you're like, yeah, I think I've heard enough. Okay, Jonny, I guess you might as well pull up the other one that I copied off of Mark. I'll give my thoughts on that one quick. DA. I'm not switching to another one because I had to get the Frolic, or not Frolic. What am I saying? Ultra.
I haven't got that
you
one.
don't have it. Ben has it.
No, I think hasn't Ben got it?
Ben's got it. Yeah, Ben was going to show it for me. You got Death Angel for me. There we go. So Mark already showed it. We don't need to to get. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you doing that. Real quick notes
Yeah,
on Death
cool.
Angel. Man, I fucking love this album, man. I think Marty did something on it a couple weeks ago for Heavy Metallurgy. They did his album club thing. They dissected this album, and they did a great job on it as usual. I just love the energy. I think you spoke to that, Mark. There's just an energy in this album that's just ferocious, man. It may not be the best of the genre. It's a sentimental favorite for me. Mark's riffs are really advanced for a guy who's only 19. Well, he probably recorded it when he was 18, but maybe 19 at most. The whole band is under that age because I believe Dennis Peppa, the bass player, was it Dennis? I think it was Dennis, was the oldest guy, and I think he was like 20. Mark was the next oldest. Everyone else was under, Asagata's like right around Mark's age. And like I said, Andy Gallion, 15, 14 years old, just crazy. This album just kicked fucking ass, man. Is Act 3 better? I don't know. Maybe a little bit from a songwriting perspective, but, this album kicks off with fucking Thrashers, which has the bass player, I think Dennis or Gus, I forget which one, Dennis or Gus is singing on it. It's very different because once, Mark's vocals kick in, it's a totally different ballgame, but I still like Thrashers as a song. It's a killer song. Fucking Evil Priest, man. Evil Priest just rules. And then you've got, that locomotive picking up speed section in there. The Ultraviolence, man. They put a 10-minute track on a thrash album that is basically, it's all an instrumental for the most part, right? And it's fucking killer, man. Just a killer fucking song. Probably my sleeper track is either Kills One or Mistress of Pain. But the whole album, man, I mean, if you're going to get into Death Angel, man, that's always where I'm going to say go there first. It's just they put out a lot of, in my opinion, Death Angel has been the one very consistent band like Testament that has put out a lot of great material because, and no offense, Cloudy, don't get mad at me here. I think that Anthrax has been up and down at times. I think that Slayer has definitely been up and definitely been down at times. Metallica up and a lot of down. Testament's been very consistent. Death Angel, super consistent, man. Their albums are always really, really, really good. Some of their later albums are some of their better albums. So
yeah.
Death Angel, kick fucking ass band for me. Love that band. And sorry I left you up while I was talking, Ben. I just got too into it. So okay, Frederick, you ready? Number 4.
I'm ready. My third yet. I've not done my third yet. Jeff.
Hold on, what?
Yes,
I've not done my third.
Fred, hold on. Fred, hold on. Johnny, what?
I've not done my third yet.
Oh shit, my bad. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, John.
I thought I'd put you up. My bad. Sorry.
No. Right. Well, I'm going to go because we've had some nuclear assault. I was going to go. My third was going to be some crossover, and I almost went for this, but I know Cloudy's a big fan, so I didn't. So instead, I'm going to go this.
There you go.
Yeah. Simply, let's face it. It's like one of them. It's like it's called crossover, so it's just a fucking excellent album. They obviously. Like your Crumbsuckers and Agnostic Front and all that, they were hardcore punks and they just suddenly went, ooh, fucking hell, thrash is a bit good. And for a long time, they didn't kind of get on the thrash and the hardcore guys, but then all of a sudden, oh, look, we got a thrash collage inside and that. It's just absolutely brilliant album. They dropped the Dirty Rotten Imbeciles and just called themselves DRI and just it's the punky attitude, and as I said, because I was into punk first, I love this album. Absolutely brilliant. It seemed to work quite well. The short songs, the attitude, it just worked kind of, especially with the Anthraxy thing and that was coming out. It just
what year was that, John?
Oh fuck! Now you're asking. 87, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna say 88 or 87.
87. So obviously they were jumping on the thrash bandwagon quite late-ish, but it was Anthrax was starting to do all the crossover stuff and that, so it just seemed to make sense. But yeah, DRI, quick and easy and stunning.
That album being called Crossover is that kind of where the whole crossover thrash started to get its name From
I don't know, I
maybe
presume so. I'm not sure if it was that or they called it because everybody else was calling him crossover.
because
and
one of their albums later, not the next one after that, but the one after that was called Thrash Zone, wasn't it?
yeah,
So I always thought to myself, because it was very thrashy, but I thought that crossover album, I wonder if that was like the point where people started calling that style of music crossover thrash from that album. I don't know.
as you say, they were very, very on it. And as I said, I watched a couple of hardcore documentaries on YouTube with the likes of, as I said, Agnostic Front. I was going to pull the Agnostic Front album, but I've only got it on CD and I couldn't find it. So I thought,
yeah, I mean, you had the New York hardcore stuff was,
yeah,
you know, bands like Agnostic and Cro-Mags and Subhuman, stuff like that. I mean, you had a lot of
Crumbsuckers as well.
Crumbsuckers, yeah. I mean, it's hard to know exactly where it started or who started it, but URI definitely is at the forefront of that. There's no question.
Yeah.
So I needed a bit of crossover thrash, so that was mine.
Cool.
There we
Good
go.
one.
That's back on.
Sorry, I
Cheers,
fucked
boys.
you up. I'm gonna fuck up again. I guarantee you. I just guarantee
It's
you.
all right. It's cool.
Okay. So we're back to Frederick now. There we go.
Yeah. Well, Jonny was showing there, right? I was going to pull up some Ludacris, which was another
nice.
band out of America, which was crossover thrash. But I'm going with an album that really, I think, changed. One band that changed thrash metal, and that band would be Celtic Frost.
Yep.
This band was way beyond its time with its thrash. It was very influenced by Venom. That they were Motorhead, those types of bands. And this was probably one of the beginning of where black and thrash was starting out. Now, this is like a mix of everything. It's got some doomy stuff, some very slow stuff, doomy stuff. It's got some really fast ripping, tracks like Into the Crypto Rage was one of the songs that was one of the songs that got me into this band. It was just so brutal. The intro with the tormented souls, then that riff just kicks in.
I mean, Celtic's interesting because they literally could be lumped into like 10 different categories or genres.
I was going to say that there's just so many different styles in there, isn't there?
Yep.
Yeah. But they are a thrash band. To put it into the the tree of heavy metal. They were a thrash band. But like what Mike said, they had the doom. They had the avant-garde. With the operatic vocals, female vocals, and the time changes.
They even had proggy bits on Into the Pandemonium, and
this album and the second album to Megatheron were the most darkest and brutal albums.
Yeah, and Megatherion came out in '85, right?
Yeah. And then Into the Pandemonium came out, and that was an album that a lot of people just
they didn't
understand. And I love that album.
I love it. I love that album. It's so weird. Yeah, it's weird.
And then Cold Lake came out when they saw the thrash glam.
You love that album, don't you lie? You love that album.
I love Cold Lake. I think it's a good album.
I like it too. I don't have a problem with it like some people do.
But yeah, this album got me into even heavier stuff. Like which was coming out of Germany or Switzerland. Like
Coroner, which
harder, darker.
We're going to talk about some Coroner next for me. So there you go. Good pick.
They look like Possessed, when Possessed came out with their first album with the leather and the inverted crosses and spikes. And
the funny thing is when we were all, in 80, that's 84, right? Or 83, 84?
84, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a senior in high school there, and I'm thinking, man, these guys look so cool. Now at 57, I think, God, Lord, those guys look so stupid.
Not as stupid as we did on the back of Cold Lake. They
look pretty stupid there. Yeah.
With the guy with his pants undone. I wish he'd zip them up.
Yeah.
All right, Mark, you're up, man.
Oh, was it me? Okay,
Yeah, yes, sir.
right.
You need your big lights on, mate.
I do.
You need your big lights on.
Right.
It's a fucking poor doing it. I still can't see what I'm showing, even with
Poor Mark. He gets every album. He gets up, turns the light on, then turns it
I
off.
know. So
It's getting your steps up, mate. It's getting your steps up.
I was going to go with this band's debut because it's probably one of the greatest thrash albums of all time. But I'm going to go with this one.
Ah, damn it.
Oh,
Mark, what the fuck? You're picking every album I picked.
We've obviously got good taste, Jeff.
We do.
This is everything that you want in a thrash metal album.
Killer
And
album.
what really sort of got me, what piqued my interest so much more was Alex Skolnick's lead guitar work on it.
Stunning guitar work. Stunning.
You know, it's almost like classical. It's just phenomenal, and it makes every, you know, Eric Peterson rhythm guitar. I know a lot of people sort of talk of James Hetfield being a decent rhythm player, but Eric Peterson's something else on this.
One of the best riff writers. Another underrated guy that nobody.
And everything about, again, even the drummer Louis Clemente, very underrated, very overlooked. I'm not sure if underrated is the word, but there's just so many. I mean, from the minute it starts, Eerie Inhabitants with the perfect intro to a song.
So good.
Called Eerie Inhabitants, and the New Order, Trial by Fire, Into the Pit. If you know, if you're not gonna, if something's gonna make you do the riff face, it's got to be Trial by Fire, and it just a fabulous record. And even Nobody's Fault on here, I'm all for that as well. But yeah, Disciples of the Watch.
I love that song. That's probably my favorite song on the album.
And then finishing it off with a musical Death a Dirge. It's just everything when it first come out, this album, just even the logo. There's something about that logo. I mean, Andy showed that the live in Eindhoven with that huge big Testament logo at the top. You know, it's just brilliant.
Mark, have you seen them a bunch of times? Have you seen them live a couple times?
I saw them on the Clash of the Titans tour when Souls of Black came out. And I saw them recently at the Bay Area Strikes Back in Scotland just before COVID hit.
Right.
But believe it or not, I had tickets to go and see them on this tour and never made it in the end, unfortunately.
With Voivod? With Voivod?
I'm not sure. I can't remember who they were playing with now.
They were out with Voivod recently, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a track that fucking personifies fucking thrash, man, Into the Pit, man, it's just so relentless. And you go to a show and people just go fucking crazy on that song.
Yeah.
Obvious reasons. So, sorry.
So Testament toured with Anthrax back in what, 87, I think it was.
Yeah.
I didn't used to go and I went to the gig, but I used to sit in the bar with a group of people I would go to, and I had never heard of Testament at the time. So the first time I saw Testament, I didn't see him.
Oh, really? You sat in the bar listening to him.
Yeah. Did the same with Danzig as well.
Yeah. I went to see. I went to see him. I can't remember where it was. I think it was Hanley with Anthrax, and I actually did get to see him. And it was on the Legacy tour, and they were absolutely stunning.
They're killer live,
just telling you that they were absolutely killer. So
they're rubbing it.
So because obviously Anthrax were doing the Among the Living tour, weren't they, Andy? So they came on, and I think Testament. I'd heard of them because I'm sure Over the Wall was on the Power Hour, which we used to get late at night with used to play the metal videos, and I'm sure Over the Wall had been on that. So I thought, oh, these bands sound awesome. So we actually did go and see him. Me and my mates, I can't remember if we got a coach or somebody hired a transit, and we all went up there, about 10, 15 of us.
Nice.
Somewhere like Hanley or somewhere weird like that. I can't remember. But yeah, so Testament were absolutely brilliant. They were spot on.
They were, when I saw them at Clash of the Titans, because it was just when Souls of Black had come out, so all the songs they played were off the first 4 albums.
That's a good time to see him, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
I didn't see him until Formation for the first time, but I've seen him 4 or 5 times since then because there was there for a while with Formation and with Dark Roots of the Earth. They were kind of opening for like Slayer. Was it Metallica? I forget who else. They opened for like didn't they open for Priest at one point?
Don't know.
I think they might have. I can't remember, but yeah, I've seen him, man. I gotta tell you, man, Testament always crushes live. They bring it. So, all right, Ben, you're up, sir. Where are we at? What album are we on?
Okay, I think it's number
God knows.
6.
5?
Who's counting?
Or it's at 7.
No, not that far up. Not that far up.
Just-
It's either 4 or 5. 4
Oh,
or
you know
5.
what? I think you're right. It's
4th one, I
5.
think. 4.
4,
It's
okay.
a 4. Okay.
4. Yep.
All right. And I still need to see Testament live, by the way. That's one
Yeah,
thing
you do.
I still have not got to see yet.
You
In
do.
Overkill. But anyways, so my pick, I went with Violence Eternal Nightmare.
Mm.
Now I know a lot of people. I know there's people out there that don't really care for Sean Killian's vocals.
That's me. Sorry.
I've never had an issue with it. I just think it adds to the insanity of the music they
Absolutely.
put out. But man, this album, holy cow, it's just vicious. It just makes you want to start moshing all over the place. Especially
There's
with
not,
tracks
there's not a bad riff on that album.
right. A lot of great riffs. Back when Rob Flynn could write some decent riffs. Anyways, no bodies.
Well, it
on
wasn't
bodies.
Rob. It wasn't all Rob. There was
Oh,
a lot of
that's
Phil
true.
Demo on there too, man. Phil's a great
Demo.
riffer. Yeah.
Phil Demo too, yeah. But yeah, man, a lot of killer stuff on here. Body on Bodies. Holy crap, that song just makes you want to start watching. You know, Kill on Command.
Still on
I mean,
command.
yeah, Serial Killer. Just a lot of brutal stuff. And
Oh, yeah. Phobophobia. I love that track.
yes. Yeah, man, this thing, it just don't let up. It's just brutal thrash metal.
And great artwork too. That artwork's killer.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
yeah. Yeah, look
Art-
at the teeth of that on it.
I remember there was
Here is my my Sean Killian. That's my Sean Killian impression. That's the only singing I'll do tonight. Sorry. All right, what you got, Andy?
So, as John mentioned before, big Suicidal Tendencies fan, or certainly the earlier stuff. And as much as I like that first album, one of my favorite albums of all time is
Yep, that's one I love.
this one. Now, this goes to show that thrash doesn't have to be raw, guttural. This is beautiful thrash. This is melodic. It could be. It's slow, but it's melodic, and it's a beautiful album. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I've had this since it came out. This is my original copy. I did buy it on CD before I was listening to Get Back and got a record player again. And the CD reissue has Suicycomania stuck right in the middle here, and it ruins the album for me. It's a great song in its own right, but when you chuck a song that doesn't belong on an album in a reissue, and
Yeah, that's weird.
absolutely destroyed me. But this and the Control by Hatred as well. Just
Yeah.
the tone that they had. Join the Arm was good. The debut album was just like, that's out of par. That's hardcore. But How I Laugh Tomorrow, Trip of the
Control
Brain.
by Hatred. That one.
Yeah, Control by Hatred. Yeah. How like the title track, superb. One Too Many Times. Here, all of them. If this isn't in people's collection, it really needs it. It's a good tonic for all the brutal thrash out there. Complete opposite end of the spectrum, but absolutely Suicidal Tendencies album.
Andy, we're getting some interference on your signal. You're getting choppy. You didn't move anything, right? Do you
No,
ever have?
there's a storm coming over the UK at the moment.
Is there?
I can see lightning outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll just get through it. That's a good pick, man. That's great. I mean, I tend to favor Lights, Camera, Revolution, but both of them are great albums.
I love the fact that Mike Muir, like we know, he can't sing, but his voice is so melodic on that album. There's so many nice vocal melodies. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And Rocky George's guitar playing was good.
Oh,
Well.
great
Yeah,
guitar player, man. Great guitar player.
Great guitar player. You know,
Okay.
An overlooked guitar player, yeah.
yeah.
Johnny Mac, you are up, sir. I didn't forget you.
Cool. Talking of that Suicidal, I've got that one on cassette, but I can't get hold of my cassettes at the moment. I put them in the garage for some reason, so I that's why I showed the first one instead.
John, you don't put
Yes,
stuff
mate.
in the garage, mate. Don't put
Oh,
your
shit,
music
yeah,
in the
no.
garage.
Oh yeah, we've got one of them in a minute, but I'm gonna go with the First Testament album,
Yeah,
because you
brilliant.
just got to go for it. For me, as I said, we're on about sort of the late night metal show that they used to have in the UK, and Over the Wall is the first song I heard, and it's the first song on this album, and it's like fucking hell. Now that for me, it's almost the ultimate thrash song, Over the Wall, and it's still my favourite Testament song. The whole album's pretty awesome. No covers on it. Excellent stuff. And as I said, because I got to see him live touring this, obviously
Wow.
I think they only did about 5 songs because they were obviously supporting Anthrax, and Anthrax were getting pretty big at the time, so they didn't give him too much time. But it was absolutely brilliant, and that gig I actually did my first stage dive. So you know,
Nice.
as I said, but I shit myself. I was going to do a proper dive, and then shit myself and did a fucking Dave Lee Roth star jump instead, which was a bit gay. But there you go. What can you do?
Are you when you went with Mark to the Carcass show? Did you stage Johnny?
I wanted to. Mark pulled me back and said, "No, mate,
Yeah,
you're too old."
he
So.
didn't want to be shown up, right? Okay, why
Tell
don't
you what, could
why
just
don't
say,
you-
talking to Carcass back in the day. I know it's a thrash thing, but back in the day, I actually saw Carcass in Liverpool at Planet X in this little club, and it's the first and only time I've been to a club in the UK that had fucking chicken wire up against the stage.
No shit.
And as I said, so we couldn't get on the actual stage, so people were helping each other up because that's what you did then.
Yeah.
And I stage dived off the amps on the fucking side.
No.
Like for me, it was taller than me, obviously, so it was only about that high. But
Right.
it was like fucking mental. I've never been at. I think like Extreme Noise Terror and a few more of the proper mad bands were playing then, but it was absolutely mad.
It's like
Anyway,
a scene out of Blues Brothers. Remember the Blues Brothers?
Yeah, exactly. but put Carcass in there in 1990 or whatever it was.
Nice. Okay,
Blind
Johnny, why
Brothers.
don't you pull up the it seems like Mark and I are going to choose all the same albums.
Okay.
So pull up that one, because I didn't do alternates because everyone's helping me out here. Sorry.
Which album was it? I got to fucking
New
find
Order.
it. Oh yeah, sorry.
I mean, we don't need to see it, but there you go.
Yeah.
So my notes on that one. Love this album. Again, you hit it, Mark. Skolnick's guitar playing is possibly the best of all the thrash era guys, with the exception of maybe the Forbidden dudes. There's just something, about Skolnick's probably the most accomplished guy of all those guys. I don't think you get a lot of argument out of the rest of the dudes, but because as you said, he brings that classical sort of thing, jazzy classical thing, and he's just so meticulous, and his note choices are so perfect, and all
these.
these.
Make yourself full size again, Jeff, because I can't be bothered holding up for too long.
Oh, that's cool. Yep. So the thing about what happened to my camera? There we go. The thing about these songs is that there's a lot of, I think you said it, Mark, that there's the solo sections are like mini little songs because of the melodic references and the way his note choices, again, stuff like that. So, but you got songs like fucking Into the Pit is just a monster. Eerie Inhabitants is so cool, man. And it sounds that way. It's eerie when it gets started with that really ghostly sort of intro with the guitar. They've got a lot of chorus and some delay on there and some compression. It just sounds super cool. Very compressed guitar tones on the solo stuff on this album, which is, I love that. The Disciples of the Watch is killer. Trial by Fire is just monster. That has another long, eerie sort of intro with Alex kind of shining. The only knock on the album is the Aerosmith cover. It's like we didn't really need to do that. But other than that, it's a top flight album for me. I love a lot of their other stuff. I initially said the Legacy, and John's like, well, I'm taking that one. I'm like, you know what? I'll do New Order because it's like 1 and 1A. But I really love Practice What You Preach. I love Souls of Black. I kind of like all their albums. I even like the one that a lot of people don't like, which was kind of their sellout album, The Ritual, with Return to Serenity, and they try to get a little bit more MTV-ish.
Yeah.
The only two I don't really know, and of course The Gathering, man, with DNR on there. Fuck, man, just face shredding. The only two I really don't know is Demonic, and what's the other one called? The one around that.
Is it Low?
Low. Yeah, I don't know those very well, and I don't own those. I think I have pretty much everything else. But yeah, so good. And I'm not gonna lie to you, no offense, man. And this may not go over well with this crowd, but I'm glad they have Chuck Billy on vocals. That's all I'll say. I respect Zetro a lot. I think he's one of the coolest guys in the game, but I struggle with Zetro's vocals. It's just not one of those things for me. And same with Bobby Blitz. Anybody that chooses Overkill, I like the music a lot. Bobby's voice just grates on me. So, all right, moving on to Frederick for number 5. I'm going to try to pick it up just a little bit. Let me ask one question before we move on. Ben, what time you got to be out of here? Oh, sorry. Hold on. Say again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to say probably around 7 to 7:30. I mean,
okay, we'll be close. I think we can definitely get you out by 7:30. Andy, what time you got to be up?
What time is 7:30?
Well, 7:30 for you is 12:30.
Okay, I can do that at a push.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to shoot for that. So we're going to shoot for that. So let's try to keep our comments concise. And if anyone has anything to say, keep it quick and let's not overtalk each other. I don't want to, because Ben has to go to work, and I think Andy's got to get to bed so he can get up for work. I think the rest of us are pretty free and clear. So, Frederick, who cares about you? Anyway. Just so you guys know, Frederick and I are buddies. I always fuck with him all the time.
Yeah. All right. My next record is when thrash was coming out, it was very much male dominated. You know, there's a lot of male bands, and I've been searching, and looking for thrash metal bands back in the day, and then I heard, like females were starting getting into the thrash scene. And there was a couple of bands that I could have picked, but I picked a band called Destined, their debut album, Recognize No Authority. Now, by look at the cover, you may think this is a hardcore punk album, by the imagery and the title. But this is just great female thrash metal. Dawn Crosby, the vocalist, she was awesome.
Amazing.
Sadly, she did commit suicide, but that's a different story. But
she didn't commit suicide. She drank herself to death, basically. Yeah. So kinda, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this album, would be a crossover band because it does have that hardcore feel to it, but it's just pure thrash. And there's a very known producer on here, Steve Richardson, who became a promoter and producer and manager for a lot of new metal bands. But this was his first band, and yeah, just some great riffing on this, from Richardson and the other guitarist player, which is I can't see because it's so fucking dark and early in the morning. But yeah, some great songs, like very political, which with the cover art, which
isn't Ross Robinson in that?
Yes, Ross Robinson. That's the guy who
was the guy you're thinking of. Yeah, that's the guy, not Steve Richardson. He's the producer. He actually produced. I think he produced
Slipknot.
Yeah.
That's the guy. I think it is early in the morning. It is like past my bedtime. So yeah, that's a great album.
Sure, I'm gonna show something.
I don't know if you guys have this album in your collection, and if you don't, it's another one of those one-off, bands. They did come back with another album, with a new vocalist, This is Dawn Crosby's first and only album with this band. Then she went on to Fear of God, which was another thrash band that came out on a major label.
Well, actually, after that, she formed a band called Fear of God.
Yeah.
This called Behind Within the Veil. This is very thrashy, dark, doomy metal, man. This fucking album, absolutely a top 10 album for all time for me. Dawn's vocals on here are so haunting, so pain. The production is super saturated and distant sounding, which makes it sound so cold and scary and kind of evil. And it, obviously the cover is pretty fucking evil looking. Anyone that doesn't have this album, check it out online. Fear of God Within the Veil. It is so fucking killer, man. Killer. Cannot recommend that highly enough. Okay, Mark, you are up, sir. If you pick the next one, I'm picking.
Big light on.
Here we go.
Sepultura.
Okay, I didn't pick that.
Sodom, Agent Orange. I could have picked Persecution Mania. I love that album as well, but it still reeks of the early sort of Sodom style with that sort of punky sort of Motorhead abrasiveness, but it also they've added that element of a cleaner sort of thrash sound. And I love that balance. I mean, Tom Angel Ripper, his vocals. There's so many bands in that sort of black and thrash style that have. I don't know if they've adopted the Tom Angel Ripper style, but they sound a lot like this guy. A very influential band. But what I loved about this when I first heard it, like I say, it had those clean and nice chugging thrashy riffs, but it also would get loose and a bit leery and a bit. I'm not a big punk metal fan, but I think when there's a nice mix of the styles, I enjoy it, and that's what I loved about this album and everything about it. The cover art,
killer cover.
Everything about it just enticed me in, and it's. Tired and Red. It's quite a blasting sort of thrash metal song. Magic Dragon, Remember the Fallen, when you slow it down on that one. And then you've got Oust Bombed, which is a more sort of balls out, punky sort of thrasher. But just a brilliant album.
I need to get that. Sodom's one of those bands I've steered clear of for a lot of years just because I don't know. It's just one of those things. But that album in particular, I've listened to. I like it, and I'm like, just pull the trigger one of these days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Good choice.
Sodom, Agent Orange.
Nice choice. Okay. We are at Ben.
Alrighty. Well, all right.
You're good.
Okay, good. Okay.
You're so used to being muted. This time I caught you by surprise.
Poor Ben.
Right.
Leave
Man.
him unmuted, Jeff. Leave him unmuted. It'll be all right.
Good.
No, so we're going to keep the Testament trend going. And if Devin's still in the chat, he'll like my next pick because I want Soul to Black.
There you go. Yeah.
I think this album's very underrated. Yes, at the time it was rushed. The production's definitely not the greatest on this album. That doesn't really bother me. The songs on this freaking album are killer. To me, I thought.
What's the one song there? Is it called Face in the Sky?
Let's see. The Face in the Sky.
I love that song.
Falling Fast is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Too. Obviously, the title track, Soul to Black. And Alex Skolnick's solos on this freaking album. Holy freaking shit. They're so damn good. I mean, Alex Skolnick's a great guitarist, no matter what, but for some reason, some of his best solos to me are on this album, especially on the more melodic track, The Legacy, So,
yeah,
this is a really good album.
That's a great pick. I mean, they were in they were in a pretty good role at that. I do think the production on that album's a little hollow sounding. It's a little like tinny. It's not real ballsy. But
Right.
and also you could make that same argument about the production on Practice What You Preach. That one kind of has that hollow, echoey sort of vibe to it too. But great songs on there, man. A lot of good songs.
And I definitely agree with what you guys say, man. Eric Peterson is a very underrated rhythm guitar player.
Yes.
Excellent riff writer.
That's a great pick, man. Great pick, Ben. You're on a roll, man. And I'm actually surprised. So far, we've had very little overlap except for Mark and I, because we're brilliant and we think alike. So there you go. Okay. All right. Where are we at next here? We are at Jonny, right? No, I'm doing you before me, Jonny, because you're showing a lot of my stuff. So we're doing Cloudy. All right. There we go.
All right, I'm going something a little bit more modern. So this band has been around for 20 years now. 7 releases or 8 releases, 7 or 8 albums. Still goes strong, but it's an Irish thrash band called Gamma Bomb.
Yeah.
This is probably my favorite album by them. I'm going to take out the shell. So this is the Terror Tapes. Came out in 2013. If you don't know Gamma Bomb, they are.
I don't.
They're really fresh sounding. I mean, we've talked about modern thrash bands all sounding the same. Gamma Bomb don't suffer from that. They evolve their style. Their first album was very raw. It was almost like a tankard album, really. Survived the fact in 2005. But the vocals for me, Philly Byrne on vocals he's one of those guys that actually he adds an extra dimension. It's almost like there's another instrument there. You know, it's because he doesn't just sing the same way every song. It's not growly. He can do the full range, completely full range. Domo Dixon, lead guitar, absolutely superb. They've got an album coming out this year, hopefully, maybe next year, which will be their eighth album. They don't take themselves too seriously at all. Their songs tend to be very sort of either sci-fi or zombie movie or sci-fi rated movie. There's some great songs on here. Beverly Hills RoboCop, Smoke the Blow with William Dafoe is a good one.
Nice.
It's all about how they didn't even realize how to pronounce Willem. They thought it was William, but
William, not Willem.
But Legends of Speed, Backwards Bible, but a good palate cleanser in the world of thrash, I think. So fresh, modern, but not sounding like everybody else in the thrash market.
And Irish, you say Irish?
Yeah, they're kind of a mixture of northern and southern, I think. So there's not even can't even stick them in a box. But saw them last year. They did their 20th anniversary tour. Absolutely kick-ass, brilliant stuff.
They're not your typical mid-paced thrash band. They don't mind getting fast, do they?
Not at all. No, but certainly with Philly's vocals as well, it really tops it off and just adds that extra dimension.
I'll have to check them out. I've heard that name, but I don't think I ever thought that's something I got to go check out. But that sounds interesting.
Yeah, they're a great band.
Okay, we are at Jonny Mac.
Cool. I've got to admit, I've never picked up any Gamma Bomb, so I'll need to. I feel like I'm letting the side down. I'm going to go to a band who Jeff hates the vocals. So
I just don't like the vocals. I like the music. I'm just not crazy about the vocals. I do own 2 Overkill albums. They just don't make it out of the shelves much.
Okay. Well, I'm going with this one. I did and I picked about 3 different ones and then decided to go for this one simply for Deny the Cross, first track. I luckily saw these back in '87 at a thrash festival, the first actual thrash festival that I went to see. Hey, it was headlined by Megadeth, Overkill were on the bill, the Cro-Mags were on, Voivod was supposed to be playing, but they couldn't get visas, which I didn't know. I got to the gig, bought myself a Voivod t-shirt because I was so excited to finally see him back in '87, and the fuckers didn't turn up. So there was me with my t-shirt, people going, they're not coming. No internet, no one told me. So yeah. Anyway, Overkill were on the bill, Creator were on the bill as well. And for me, Overkill fucking blasted everybody off the stage. Oh, Lars Lockett played as well, but they were a bit shit.
Live, they are They are great live. I saw them on
Mm.
Gigantor with Megadeth and Lamb of God, and they were ferocious live, no doubt.
So yeah, overkill for me. As I said, I really love his voice. There's something about, especially elimination. Elimination. Something about it. That said, when you talk about bands being different, for me, his vocals just make it different. As you say, it's you either like him or you don't like fucking King Diamond.
It's
I
a
guess.
taste thing, yeah. It's a taste thing.
I do like King Diamond anyway, but yeah, for me, this the second album, obviously, Feel the Fire, the first one. This is out the box set. This is just, as I said, the first stuff I heard by him. You know, stuff like Wrecking Crew, Fear His Name, Fatal If Swallowed, Howard. The electro violence, absolutely brilliant stuff. So yeah, taking that. I said I was going to pick one of the later ones, but I thought I'd go with this one because
what I like about that album is it's still retaining that element of heavy metal, traditional heavy metal. Before, I think the next album, Under the Influence, was a more of a pure thrash album. Whereas I think Feel the Fire and Taking Over have still got heavy metal elements in there, haven't they?
Can I just say, when I saw them live, the song "Fuck You" was absolutely brilliant. Bobby had everybody eating out of his hand with the "We don't care what
John,
you say, fuck you."
John, we don't care what you say.
Fuck you, Mark. Yeah, thanks, mate. But, yeah,
can you feel the love? All right, Johnny, you brought up.
So I can choose this. Yeah, next.
Johnny brought up Voivod, so I think we go there next.
Oh,
okay.
Nice.
Well,
which one?
Jeff is going for.
I'm going for Killing Technology.
That's
yep, I have that, the multi-disc pack.
Yeah, there you go.
So Killing Technology may not be their most thrashy. I think a lot of people would say that Roar is their most thrashy, but this is probably their last real thrashy album, because while Dimension Hatros has thrash elements in it, it's not purely thrash. It's got a lot more prog, a lot more kind of weird stuff. This album still has a lot of thrash elements to it. You know, particularly the leadoff track, Killing Technology, fucking brilliant song, man. So balls heavy, you know. Snake sounds, you know, unhinged on it. You got Tornado on here. What's that? Oh, sorry, I thought someone said something. You got Tornado on here. This one is kind of, you know, they start to really, you can tell that Piggy is starting to really ascend as a guitarist, to where like he's becoming something that no one else ever sounded like. I don't know if you guys agree that play guitar, but Mark, maybe you or Ben, you know, Piggy has had this very unique dissonant sound where he would play a lot of triads that shouldn't make sense. They shouldn't make sense in a metal or a rock sort of song, but he somehow made it work. And you know, Killing Technology is one of those songs. It really becomes much more pronounced, I'd say, on like Dimension Hatros. But you got Ravenous Medicine on here, man. I mean, that fucking song is just unbelievable. Forgotten in Space, Order of the Blackguards. You know, this one, I got into Voivod a little later. I found out about him through MTV and the Astronomy Domine, or Domine, however you say that, Astronomy Domine video for Nothing Face, and I fell in love with Nothing Face. Like, I bought that album strictly on the cover, the Floyd cover, and it's one of the best covers by a metal band ever, in my opinion. And when I got Nothing Face, I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is so weird. Like, this is just like the weirdest shit ever. And by the third listen, I was like, oh man, I got a secret. Nobody knows about this band. This is my band. Nobody knows about this band. And I'd play it to my friends, and they'd all be like, dude, this fucking sucks. I'd be like, no, you just don't get it, bro. And, you know, I was one of those guys. I definitely had an elitist thing going on. But once they got it, then they got it too. And I worked my way back, grabbed Hatros and Killing Technology. And those three are kind of the trio of what I always go to. And I love Angel Rat and I love Outer Limits. I love all Voivod, except for the first two. But Killing Technology, fucking brilliant. Again, Piggy is one of those guys that everybody that's a guitar player goes, oh, Piggy, yeah. Like
Yeah, brilliant.
so fucking unique, so different, so weird, so angular, so different, but still wrote great songs, you know. So Killing Technology, that's my my pick.
I think for me, Jeff, Ravenous Medicine was the first thing I saw. I saw the video to that on late night TV.
Yeah.
And that blew me away. So Killing Technology was my route into it. And I must admit, I had picked a Voivod album, but I was going to pick Killing Technology, but decided to pick something else. But fucking awesome album.
Sorry about that. I fucked you over.
I find Voivod one of those bands that if you got into them back in the day, you love them. But if you're trying to get people into them now who didn't discover them back then, they
It's
really
almost
struggle.
impossible. It's so hard.
They really struggle to get into them. Really struggle.
That's a great observation. Yeah. What's that, Ben?
I tell you, who's just got into them. Sean the Beast has. Sean Beast has only just got into them, Mark.
Nice.
I sent him a couple of albums.
What I think
had copies of.
The two newer albums, Chewy, the guitarist on that, he's doing a great job of recreating what Piggy has started. You know,
amazing. He's I don't know if you guys seen, but like he can fucking transcribe Holdsworth and play it like nobody's business. He's a sick guitarist. And I'll pimp my channel again. There is my very first actual interview with last year was with Dan Mongren. It was great, man. We had a lot of fun. He's super sweet dude. Amazing guitar player and musician. And you're right. That was a great observation, Mark. It's very hard to get people that didn't get into them back in that sweet spot of Hatros, Nothing Phase, because they did a pretty major change from Killing Technology to Nothing Phase, but it's just so weird and strange and beautiful. And here's the thing about that band: nobody sounded like them, and really nobody sounds like them now. You got Vector and some of these kind of bands that kind of try to knock it off, but nobody sounds like them. They just don't.
No.
You know, and mainly that's because of Piggy's style. Now Chewy doing Piggy's style, but also the way drums. He drums like a punk drummer, and then you also have Snake. Snake is so unique. His vocals are so weird and strange, and you know, that's usually where people have trouble. They're like, man, that vocalist. I love Snake. He's one of my favorites. So.
See, I'm the same. I didn't buy it back in the day. I didn't buy any of the Eric Forrest. Is that the other guy who played bass?
I love
about 3 albums.
I love those two albums. Yeah.
See, I got up to then, and as soon as Snake fucked off, that was me gone. It's like, no,
I did too. I did the exact same thing. But when I came back to it, if you guys don't know Phobos and Negatron, they might be their heaviest albums. They're
probably are.
Yeah,
I've gone back and got them all now. They're one of my favorite bands.
The only stuff
I've obviously picked them all up.
The only stuff by Voivod I'm not crazy about are the Jason Newsted era stuff. They're kind of every song kind of sounds the same to me.
Well, I did a phone interview with Away on that just around that time when Newsted had joined them. And I had a chat with him, and he seemed, you know, he said we're going a different way and we're doing stuff. And I don't mind it. It's not their best stuff. Let's face it, if I was doing a ranking, they'd be near the bottom. Well, it would be bottom, but I don't mind it. But as you say, the Forest stuff is you know, Negaton is absolutely heavy as
it's so fucking crushingly heavy.
Yeah.
And actually, weirdly enough, do any of you guys know Warrior Soul?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Corey Clark, back when he could sing back in the day. He sucks now, but when he could sing back in the day, Eric Forrest sounds like a heavier version of Corey Clark, and I love Corey Clark's vocals back then. All right, Cloudy, you're up, man.
Oh, already? Right. What hasn't been done? I am going to go with some German.
Oh. It won't be Creator then.
Not Creator, no. It's some Death Row.
Wow. That's a good album.
A band I was actually late to because when I saw that an OG for this going to a record shop once, I hadn't heard of them, and I looked them up, and the site I looked at said it was death metal. I thought, nah, not for me. And it's not by any stretch of the imagination. I like it because it's kind of, I like the vocals because they're clear and raspy. I love that you can tell he's actually German because he sings with an accent. When he says he was singing about the thing within, he says zing. And I'm saying that, and I'm not taking the piss. I actually love it.
No, I know.
With that,
You dig it.
Dragon's Blood.
There you
Awesome. I do like Thrash that has some good melodic vocals where the guy can actually sing as well as do all the screams and the shrieks. Pledge to Die. Awesome. He spits out, what's his name? Is it Milo?
I think so.
Vocalist. He spits out those lyrics, absolute vitriol. It's blisteringly fast song, and it just sounds like he hates everybody as he's singing "Pledge to Die." And it's I'm hit and miss with instrumentals on albums. I think thrash tends to have the best kind of instrumentals out of metal, but the Undead Cry is a great one. Overall, brilliant album. It's fast, furious, but not afraid to sort of slow it down and take you on a little bit of a journey. And they've got all the themes covered on here. They've got war, dragons, zombies, executions, homicidal maniacs, and what about the death camps at Auschwitz as well, which starts off with talking about 1939, a crazy man ruled Germany.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I like the third album.
Sounds a lot like America from 2016 to 2020. Question for you: what year did that come out?
Well, originally this was 87.
Okay,
this is their second album. The Riders of Doom is their first album, although I think it got released in the US under a different name.
Yeah.
Which I don't know.
Well, Andy, what did you think of the third album when they went a bit more technical on the third album?
I don't know it that well. I've got it, but it's not one that I've spent any.
Okay, have a listen to it. It's a lot better than the debut, but the debut was good. Satan's Gift, I think it was called in the UK.
Yeah.
But they went more technical on the third album, which is a great album as well.
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it, Andy. That the Deception Ignored. It's definitely more progressive and techy, but it's still got a lot of elements from that album.
It's in the ever growing inbox of things to get around to. We'll get there.
The giant list, right? The list that never ends, right?
I've actually got it. I've actually got a box of. I buy things when they're cheap, or I did when things were cheap, and then there wasn't enough time to. So I just dip into it, pull out. I hate listening to stuff and put it on the shelves because if I do that, I'll never get to know the record.
Never get to it. Yeah.
When something goes on rotation, I have it on rotation for a few weeks. And
you have to have a system, otherwise, because I've done that where I bought there was maybe 15 years ago, I was buying a lot of shit from a place out in San Francisco called Aquarius Records, buying a lot of weird, like Alteca and Aphex Twin, all this weird electronic shit. And I get it, and I get like 15, 20 CDs in a month.
Yeah.
And I just never could keep up. So they go on the shelf, and one day, you're going through stuff, and you're like, fuck, man, I've got like 3 CDs there. I didn't know I had these, and like I literally would forget that I had them, So not good. But Jonny, you are up, sir. Oh, sorry. Oh, come on now. There we go.
Get prepared, John. Come on.
He's muted.
He's been for a piss.
You muted, man. I can't unmute you.
He's going to start calling us all twat soon, Andy.
Steady. Right. Okay, so we'll go Germany, because apparently Death Row are a death metal band from Germany. I'm going with Terrible Certainty by Creator.
Brilliant album. This
is... I think the track for me has got to be Stormy with Menace.
Yeah.
Oof. That's a Marc G with a C lift face, that one.
Oh, it is.
It's one hell of a song. It's just got a chorus, the gang vocals and that. Stormy with Menace. Fucking awesome. I think Millie's vocals are just absolutely stunning on it. We mentioned the Garage before, didn't we, Mark?
Yeah.
This is out of the box set. It's Not my original. My original was in my garage, which 20 years ago I moved to this house. I put all my vinyl in the garage because I didn't have a player and I wasn't that fussed with it. I had an original copy of this on red vinyl, which was even more limited than the fucking black vinyl one. And when I get them all out, 50% of them were fucked. So yeah, I've had to get it in the box set.
That's
but
painful.
this was the first creator album I bought. As I said, these were actually on that the festival with Megadeth and Overkill and them, and they put on a hell of a show. Yeah, I could have gone with any of the first 5 creator albums if I'm honest, but this was the first one I bought myself. The others I just dubbed off my mates, but this was mine. So this was my creator album. You know, Toxic Trace. You know,
that was our
Behind the
first
Mirror.
creator album as well.
It's a banger, Mark, in it. So yeah, that'll be me. We've been to Germany, so
They,
we may be going again.
They're just wrapping up their tour with Death Angel and Necrot, I think, right now. I think it's Necrot and Death Angel, I think. And actually, they opened that tour in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Ben. I don't know if you knew that. And they played up not far from where Ben and I, because Ben and I, crazily enough, when we met last May or April or whenever it was, we actually only live about 25, 30 minutes away from each other, which was kind of wild. But they played in Harrisburg back in early May, and I wasn't feeling well enough to go, and I didn't have anybody to go with me, so it was kind of one of those things. I would have loved to have gone because I'd really like to see Creator live. So you didn't go that, Ben? Did you go, Ben?
No, but I've seen Creator back in 2009 with Exodus and Warbringer. They were killer live. That would have been when Hordes of Chaos came out.
What about it?
That would have been when Hordes of Chaos came out.
Okay.
On that tour.
All right, Johnny, pull up. What do you got left there for me? How many?
I don't know, maybe 2 or 3. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 3 or 4.
And one of the two of them are the same band, right?
Yeah.
We'll leave that for last. We'll leave that for last.
Okay. So
pull one of the other ones.
Pull
one of the other ones.
We got 2 American bands and 1 not American band. Do you want to go for the not American band?
Pull whatever you want.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll go for that. We'll go for the non-American band.
And it's going to be...
There we go.
Go.
This Mental Vortex Corner probably is the 2nd or 3rd extreme metal CD I remember buying back in the day. And so this is 91, I believe. 90, 91? Somewhere in that range?
Yeah. 90. No. Yeah, 91 maybe.
91, yeah. And the thing that I really love about this band is, and Mark, you probably agree, Tommy T, man, Tommy T. Barron, what a guitar player. Holy shit. This guy comes up with some amazingly creative riffs, man. He's just a riff master. And Ron Royce, I love his vocals. They're kind of unique. And they're a 3-piece, man, and they just fucking absolutely slay, man. Always loved Tommy T's guitar playing. The opening track, what's it called? Divine Step?
Divine Step,
Divine Step. Man, that song fucking rips. Semtex Revolution is a crazy complex song with killer drumming on it. The drummer, I forget the drummer's name. Do you guys know?
Marky Summit.
That's it, Marky something.
Marky.
Marcus.
Yeah,
those. I mean, I'm telling you, 3 better, musicians you're not going to find in thrash or death. I mean, they're not death metal because actually, I kind of look at these kind of like the Rush of thrash metal. They just have such complex. For a trio, they're just doing such complex songs. And I love the song Sirens on here. That's my sleeper track. But this band covered a huge song, a gigantic band, one of the biggest bands ever, and they did it right. They do a cover of She's So Heavy.
That ends the album as well, doesn't it?
It's a monster it's a monster cover, dudes. It's so good. Love it. Now, a lot of people would say, why didn't you pick No More Color? I could have, but I don't actually own that. I own this one, so that's why I went with it. So
There you go.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
No More
Killer
Colour,
album.
which
Killer.
Hasn't this one got Purple Haze on it? Is that the other one?
Yeah. Love that album too. Why I don't own it, I'm not sure. I probably should. So. Coroner, that's my pick.
Excellent stuff.
Anybody got any commentaries on anything?
Yeah, I like the demos. You know, when Tom G Warrior was doing vocals for Coroner.
Didn't even know that.
Because Coroner was
Swiss
Celtic Frost's road crew.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Tom G Warrior did the vocals on the demos to get them, started, and RIP came out, which is one of my favorite Coroner albums. It was very Celtic Frost influenced sounding, and that's what got me into Coroner. And I love all their albums. Even Grin is a good album. People hate Grin as well.
Yeah, I don't mind any of them either. The first four are the best, but yeah. So there you go, Coroner. Johnny got them all.
Album, so. Yeah.
Yeah, all on vinyl as well.
All right.
So, yeah.
You are up, Mr. Frederick.
Okay, I'm going to America with this band. When I heard this band just blew me away for how heavy they were. They were heavier than Yob.
You're gonna keep dragging that into the ground, aren't you? Have you seen Yob? Have you ever seen Yob live? Then shut up if you haven't.
And that band is Blood Feast, the debut album, Kill for Pleasure. Now, this album rips you a new asshole. It is that brutal. It's almost, you think of Sadis's debut album, that death metal sort of undertone. Then this album here is very much like Sadis's debut album. It's just so fast, so heavy. You got songs, that deal with vampires and cannibalism.
Is that the one that Marty did just this past week?
I think so. Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah. I've never checked that out, and I need to check that one out.
Yeah, this is a great thrash album. They did a mini album called Face Fate, which is also good, and then they did a third one called Chopping Block Blues, which the heaviness just died down. They went a bit more sort of mellow thrash, or it wasn't really thrash really, but this one just kicks ass. It's just evil. It's brutal. It's in your face. So. This is a great little
that's one I definitely got to go check out that I don't know of. So, got a lot of good choices here today, guys. All right, Marc G.
Big light up. It's a good job. It's not far away, isn't it? There we go.
Exercise is good for you.
So we're going back to the UK, and this is a band called Slammer.
Wow.
That one.
Their debut, the work of Idle Hands. They were signed to Chrysalis, I think, was it? Oh no, WA.
Mark, are they wearing gas masks?
Well, that's the cover. That's not the actual guys in the band. That's
it is. Okay.
There's no picture on the actual CD of the guys in the band, but they've just recently got back together again.
I've never heard of
them. Again, I suppose you could say they were slightly Bay Area influenced, but these are they're a finely tuned thrash band. They could just change tempo, no problem at all. The vocalist, mainly a sort of a clean style, but with a bit of a gruff edge to it. Very melodic. Writes some great sort of lead vocal lines over the riffs. He doesn't just follow the riffs. He's got his own thing going on. And we were talking earlier about John doing his first stage dive at Testament. I did my first stage dive at a Slammer gig.
Nice.
but they're really precise and polished and controlled thrash metal. You know, they've got a real nice sort of just a cleanliness about the sound. You know, they're not. I don't know if it was because they'd got a big record deal with WAA and they had all the money and they could spend months and months. But you know, out of all the English thrash bands around at the time, like Sabat and Zentrix and Acid Rain and Reanimator and all them bands, these were the tightest, the more, like I say, more precise and clean. But thrash metal with choruses, with tons and tons of melody.
What's the name of the band again? Say it again.
Slammer.
Okay.
I've
never
actually
heard of them.
I've actually got a video up that I did a year or so ago of my Slammer collection. Did it after, so the guitarist Milo died a couple of years ago, unfortunately, 2020, so it's 3 years ago. So I've got a collection video up for them, bit of a plug.
Nice. I'll check that out, man.
Yeah, brilliant.
I like that cover. It's kind of weird. Pieface said, Pieface is Simon. Is that right?
Yeah.
What's up, Simon? Yeah, a little bit. I guess maybe not PC. I guess if you're thinking that way, the BLM thing, right?
Well, they're more like tribal masks.
Yeah, they are, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, the short. Right. Yeah, they are. They're very sort of African tribal.
I got you.
And I suppose that's maybe the mix is between that and it's they're obviously sort of the blue collar, white collar.
Frederick, I'm getting a lot of feedback from you. That's why I muted you. Sorry. Ben, you ready? Hang on. You're on.
All right.
We'll have to start calling you muted, Ben.
There you go.
Ben the mute.
Guess I'll have to change my YouTube name to that.
Yeah. Metal muted Ben's Chronicles.
There we go. Anyways, so my next pick, I went with Lights Camera Revolution by Suicidal Tendencies.
Yep, good one.
First Suicidal album I ever heard back in 1990 when it came out. A friend of mine got it and we used to listen to it all the time, and it's a great album. I mean, now, this one I would say is more melodic. I mean, there's still thrash on it, but it's definitely a lot more melodic, I think, compared to the ones that came before it. And Rocky George's guitar playing. Again, another stellar guitar player when it comes to thrash metal, you know. I mean, he's just got excellent solos, and it's all through this album. A lot of great riffs on here, too, you know.
That's the one that features Rob, who's in Metallica now, the bass player, isn't it?
That's yes, Rob Trujillo, or however you pronounce his last name. So yeah, and this one I would say has a bit of. I'd say this one has a bit more funk on it too, in a few tracks, like Lonely or Lovely. Excuse me. So yeah,
lovely.
Right. Then you got Thrashers like Disco's Out, Murder's In. Obviously, you can't.
I love that song title.
It's a great album. Do you know what I love about that album, Ben? Is I think that album's the perfect sign of the times.
Yeah,
I agree.
That was 80. What was that? 88?
90.
1990.
Yeah.
90. Okay. Yeah, I remember that coming out. That's my personal favorite. Although How Will I Laugh is pretty close up there. And actually, they just headlined Decibel Fest the night I didn't go, because the night I went, it was Black Dahlia Murder, Gorguts, Frozen Soul, Mizmor, Undeath, Worm. I missed Worm. We didn't get there in time. The next night, it was Suicidal, and I heard they were fucking great. But I don't think anybody's original except Mike, right?
Yeah, Mike Steele, the original member.
Yeah. A lot of young kids in the band.
I think Dave Lombardo is playing drums for him. I think he's still playing drums for Suicide.
Nah, he's got his own. He wasn't on this tour. I know that. I think he's with. He's got that new band, that thing out of New York. What's it called?
He's doing Mr. Bungle, isn't he?
No, he left. Well, he was doing Testament, and then, yeah, you're right. He is doing the live Mr. Bungle stuff, but he's got a new band. I forget what it's called.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
Yeah,
I want to say
forget too.
Brooklyn something. It's like has something to do with New York. I can't remember the name. Somebody in the chat will know it. So, good pick, Ben. Good pick.
Yeah,
All right.
great album.
We are at Mr. Andy, sir.
Right. So I've showed this one before. One of the favorite songs from this one, female fronted Thrash. Oh no, not the Great
Cat.
Cat. She is on that album. She is on that album, but it's actually Snow White.
Oh yeah.
Act of God. A horrendous cover. Terrible cover.
Yeah, that is an absolutely atrocious cover, man.
But I listened to this one today for the first time in probably a couple of years actually, and it's a solid album from start to finish. So Nicole Lee on vocals, she's got the full range as well. She can sing and she can do the raspiness. So much so, you can't tell on some of the songs whether it's a man or a woman singing. It's just
no kidding.
Great thrash metal vocals.
I've always known that. They're UK, right?
No.
Or Europe?
No.
They're not US, are they?
Yeah,
US, Chicago.
Really?
Yeah.
Pretty sure, yeah.
I didn't know that. Are they from Jersey, Frederick?
No, Chicago. They were like with Snow White, Zoetrope, and Snow White were sort of like rival bands.
That's right, Zoetrope. I remember
That's
that.
Chicago then.
Okay, all right.
Chicago, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely great all the way through. Something Wicked This Way Comes is a long one. We talked about Death Angel having a 10-minute song. That was over 9 minutes, and again, it just ebbs and flows all the way through. Great time changes, but it's just snarling thrash. But done so well. Just shame it's got such a shit cover.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, very good. Good pick. One that probably no one else is going to make, I'm sure.
It's a tough one to find. That's high up on my want list, that album.
Oh yeah.
That's got a better cover.
Oh, Johnny's got one.
This has a better cover. This is the EP. I think, did it come after it? Can you tell me, Andy?
I think
No, that's in the middle. In the middle.
Yeah,
John,
that's all I have from Snow White because I just love the song "Baptized by Fire" on the comp.
Yeah.
To be honest, I only bought this because I couldn't bloody afford to buy that one. The other one was too expensive, and this was like cheap as chips. I thought I'll have that fucker.
I got that one before the vinyl world went to shit.
All right, Johnny,
Yeah,
you got
well,
one? You got your next one?
Oh yeah, we might as well stay in Germany.
I'm just trying to be conscious of Cloudy. I don't want to.
Yeah,
Andy,
no worries.
sorry, Andy. I keep calling you Cloudy. It's
That's
just
fine. That's fine.
I wanted to go for this album,
Oh Jesus
which
Christ!
is
Talk about a
wanted to go
terrible
for
album cover.
this is the live one.
Okay.
This is Destruction live,
Yeah.
because I actually saw Destruction touring this album, and I had a T-shirt with that on it, which is like them as
Nice.
puppet doll things, whatever the fuck they are. And I had a white T-shirt with that on it, which was excellent. Yeah, marionettes, that's the thing. I was going to go for that, but it's a live album. You don't usually go for live albums, so I'm going to go for my favourite Destruction album, studio album, which is this. And now that's a cover.
Yeah, that's a pretty trippy cover for sure.
That is one hell of a cover. Yeah, Release from Agony. I think it's something like the fourth studio album. It was still in just about, when did this come out? Was it 88? I think. So, yeah,
it's about then, isn't it? Yeah.
That's probably
Yeah,
is that the one
88.
after? That's the one after Eternal Devastation, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. And obviously, you had the Mad Butcher EP, and then
Which
there was
actually-
another EP as well.
Actually, their album artwork during this period was really killer. Eternal Devastation,
Yeah.
killer.
Yeah. Well, I've got one of these box set things we're talking about. There's your Eternal Devastation.
Yep, I love that
And then-
album artwork.
That was the first one, wasn't it?
Yep,
Yep. So
that's
it's
a great
good stuff.
album too.
Yeah. So that's the first two. So this is, as you say, is the third one. There's some absolute bangers on it. I must admit, it's not got my favourite tracks on it, but it's got, stuff like The Leash from Agony, the title track is awesome, Sign of Fear, Unconscious Ruins, Survivor Dies, an absolute awesome closer. But yeah, so as a complete album,
but
this
it's
is my
funny.
favourite.
Turn that around a minute and show the back a minute. Look at how fucking glammy they look, though.
Yeah.
Super glammy.
Oh, yeah. Well, when you go back to the first EP, Sentence to Death, look at that.
Yeah, exactly.
That we're talking sort of almost black metal.
Yeah.
They look like Sodom.
They are, yeah, Sodom or bloody Slayer or something. That
Slayer,
with all the bullet belts, and even the logo looks sort of black.
Yeah,
But
Slayer after they got rid of the makeup in the early days.
Yeah. So Destruction.
Good one.
I say my favourite track's probably either Mad Butcher or Bestial Invasion, because I saw that a buddy of mine had he used to do some tape trading, and he managed to get hold of a live Destruction from mid-80s gig, and they're just wow,
cool,
fucking absolutely blistering.
Yeah,
live.
great band, and one that absolutely has to be here. Somebody, I'm surprised nobody else has picked them yet, but somebody might. I'm not, but because I don't actually own any, although I'm familiar with a lot of it. Jonny, pull south. We got to go there. I'm going to be the guy that goes there. You can make fun of me, whatever. But this band has to be in here. Hey, there's my daughter, Lauren. What's up, Lauren? How you doing? Slayer has to be on here.
Great minds again, Jeff. Great minds.
The same one. The same one.
Same one. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people would pick Rain and Blood because I think someone else is going to pick that here. A lot of people would probably pick maybe Hell Awaits or Show No Mercy. But I personally think this is their best album. For me, it's their best album. The riff to South of Heaven is just the most eerie, creepy, fucking evil riff ever. Jeff Hanneman was, to me, the brilliant guitarist in the band. Although these guys couldn't play solos to save their lives. They got better. They got a little better, but they just were not a technical band. But, man, talk about writing chilling riffs, man. South of Heaven, Silent Scream. I love a sleeper track for me is Behind the Crooked Cross. I love that song.
Yeah.
Ghosts of War kicks ass. And they do Dissident Aggressor. And this is a good cover.
They do it brilliantly.
What's that?
Yeah.
They do it brilliantly.
Yeah. And the other song on here, Mandatory Suicide. I love that. The whole album's great to me. I do love Hell Awaits. I do love Seasons. I do love Show No Mercy.
Yeah.
But after Seasons, I quit on them, man. I never went back. Never. I've listened to a few things here and there. They just don't do it for me. Seasons was the end for me. But that album right there is the album for me. And Hell Awaits is right, probably 1 and 1A. So there we go. So I hit one of the big four bands. Cloudy actually hit one of the big four first. So we got two more big four bands to go. Let's see if anybody chooses them. We are at Frederick. You're up again.
Okay, I'm going with another American band, but this is a modern band, a 10-year-old album, and this was supposed to be a comeback album for a band called Gamacide. If you know that band back in the 80s. So the band is called War Beast.
Yeah, good album.
Oh, look at that artwork.
War Beast. Yeah, so Gamacide did an album way back in the 80s, and this was, like I said, it was supposed to be their comeback album, but they changed their name. And the vocalist on here is a guy called Bruce Corbett, who sang for another great band, Rigor Mortis.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Texas band, right?
Yeah. So War Beast are also a Texas band, as it was Gamacide. Texas.
Are you sure they're not from San Francisco?
No,
just checking.
From Austin. They're all from Austin.
And they're probably heavier than Yob too, right?
Oh, well, yeah, but live I think so. Yeah. This was produced by none other than Pantera's vocalist Philip H. and
No
Selmo
shit. There we go.
on his own
Nice.
label, Housecore Records.
He made sure he got his name nice and big on there, didn't he?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So this again, you know, and you can tell by the logo of what you would expect with the band, you know, sort of, you know, different sort of styles like black metal type of like wordy, thrash metal, bit of hardcore, you know. Now this has got a bit of everything though.
What year did that come out? 10 years ago?
2013. So this is like 10 years old.
I like that artwork, man. It's killer.
Yeah. Sadly, Bruce Corbett did pass away from cancer,
Oh,
which was a shame, you know. And, if you like rigor mortis and gamma side, you'll love this band. It's like Blood Feast, that just brutal thrash, you know.
cool.
The vocalist with Bruce had was almost death metal type of vocals, but you know, guttural, but he could sing, you know, a little bit cleaner as well. They're great songs, you know, like War of the Worlds, Destroy, Blood Moon. War Beast is a great thrasher. You know, I would have loved to see this band play live, you know, or even on a music video or something like that. Because this is just great thrash. You know, a lot of people don't talk about War Beast. I've never seen it on YouTube or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah, but it's a band.
The good thing about you, Frederick, is you're pulling a lot of deep ones out, so that's kind of cool.
Well,
you and Cloudy and Jonny are you know, me and Mark are picking some of the more obvious ones, but that's all right, you know.
Yeah, no, it's good. You know, I think a bit of variety, and you know, because I don't know any of you guys in the UK know this band.
I've heard that album, but I didn't know the association with Gamma Side, though. To be honest,
yeah, it's got you know, the actual players, you know, like Scott, the guitar player, it was in Gamma Side, and you know, it was just their comeback album. But they I think Gamma Side came back in 2017. That they recorded a couple of songs and then they just disappeared, and then they came back and changed their name to War Beast.
Yeah, I have heard it. Razor sharp riffing throughout.
But you know, just brutal, you know, with Scott on guitar and Bobby on guitar, but Bruce's vocals on this, just brilliant, you know. Just that.
Okay, we got to keep moving. We still have a couple more to go.
Is it me?
So, Mark, you're up.
Big lights on, lad. Get the big lights on.
Should we go to Brazil?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Schizophrenia by Sepultura.
Sepultura. Okay.
So I toyed with this or Beneath the Remains, but this is my go. This is the one that I would take to the desert island with me, Alcatraz, wherever we're going.
Yeah,
I mean, Troops of Doom. Who doesn't know that song? I think that was the first time I ever saw them when they were on. There was a footage of them on some Brazilian show, and they were playing it live in like a TV setting. Obviously, Beneath the Remains is the one that, you know, a lot of people know. That was the one that kind of got them noticed. They had a bigger budget. They were doing what they needed to do to be heard and seen, and for people to take notice of them. Things, you know, they drop things down to a bit more of a mid-tempo on that album, whereas this album is ferocious. This is full of razor sharp riffs. But I one of the reasons I love thrash metal is I love the way they always incorporate that sort of lovely guitar style sometimes, like that like real nice, beautiful sort of interludes of acoustic guitars and things, and even an album like this is no different, you know. But yeah, just an absolute scorcher of a thrash album.
I don't know that one. I know Beneath the Remains, Rise, and Chaos AD. I've never listened to that. This
is more of a raw thrash metal album compared to Beneath the Remains and Arise and Chaos AD. They were going down a different route at that point. I suppose from sort of a rise onwards, they did have that sort of tribal feel to the music.
Right.
But this is a more raw, like I say, underproduced, loose thrash album. It's just an absolute ripper of an album.
What's the name of that one?
It's called Schizophrenia.
Okay, that's the one right before Beneath. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I missed that. I mean, I kind of came in at Chaos AD in 93, and then Arise, I went back and hit the prior two. I like them a lot, but then, the problem for me was that then Cavalera, Max left, somewhere right around after what? Like, when did he leave? Was that after Roots or
after Roots? I mean, yeah. I think Chaos AD's up to that point.
And they got super fucking tribal. And I just was not into that, and I'm still not into it,
No.
But
if you like Beneath the Remains and the songs on there that have got a nice pace to them, that's what this album is mainly like,
Check that one out for sure then.
It's a belter.
All right, Ben, you are up, sir.
Well, okay, so actually Marty Mac or Jonny Mac picked one of my picks earlier, which would have been Overkill's Take It Over. And Marc G with the C just mentioned one I was going to use for a substitute, which was going to be Schizophrenia by
Third choice, Ben. Now you can do whatever you want.
Rightfully so, because it's a killer album, but that's okay. I still have another substitute.
We lost Mark.
Uh-oh.
We lost Mark. Okay, go ahead. He'll come back.
All right. So my pick is the only Christian thrash metal band I throw in here, Deliverance, Weapons of Our Warfare.
Oh, yeah.
This is a killer album. I mean, the riffs on here are just absolutely frantic. I would describe this as like Master of Puppets, Justice for All era Metallica. With a vocalist that sounds a lot like Jeff Tate.
Wow.
Being Jimmy P. Brown, obviously. So yeah, this is some really good stuff. Yeah. If you've never
What's
heard
the name of it again, Ben? Say again the name.
Deliverance.
That's the name of the band? Okay.
Deliverance, yeah.
Yeah.
Weapons, yeah. This came out in 1990, and this is a very good thrash album.
Because there's another band, you know them, and they're local to us, Believer. They kind of was thrashy, Believer. And I think they're back together and working on a new album or have a new album. But that's kind of in that vein. They're Christian too.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's local to Reading, which is near us. So nobody's mentioned Tankard yet, Devin. See, you're in here the whole time. I don't understand why you weren't in why you didn't join us.
Empty tankard.
Anyway, where are we at? We are with Cloudy at this point here. What you got, Cloudy? You're muted.
Yeah, so I was showing some deeper cuts because a lot of my popular picks are already gone, and I'm getting to the stage now where I'm kind of scared that some of the big bands aren't going to get shown. So I'm going to call the bluff, and I'm going to go with Megadeth. I'm going to go with my entry to Megadeth.
Oh my goodness,
album.
That's an odd pick,
but it was my entry point to them, and
okay.
As such, I have that connection with it. I know things like P Cells are probably people like a lot more, even the debut, but I heard it first. I hate the song Anarchy in the UK, but I still bought the single.
Wow, yeah.
Even though they sing Anarchy in the USA on the song, they still call it Anarchy in the UK, which was weird and a really strange song to pick. But I mean, they were on fire.
That's a much darker album, I think, than Peace. It's darker, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a darker vibe to it.
Yeah, but I even like sort of the slow way that some of the songs start. Set the world afire. In My Darkest Hour, yes, that is pretty dark. Liar, I've always liked that one as well, but I agree it's not the best in quotes, but it's one that I've just got a connection with.
And that's usually how it works, right? Like often where you come in on a band is where you tend to be. It's like the sweet spot for you a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
And- But
I think that's
interesting-
what even these like whole live streams are about. It's not about picking the best albums by these bands. It's about picking the ones that
what you connect with.
Yeah, the ones you take with you that mean something to you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And they're the one top big four band that I've not seen live, and part of me kind of wishes I could still, but it's just Dave Mustaine now, isn't it? It's just not the same.
Yeah, and his voice is. He never had the greatest voice. He always had the voice that I liked the least of all those guys. But now it's rough, man. He's still a great guitar player. Kiko's great. Dirk is insanely good. Lomenzo's solid. But I saw them for the Gigantor tour and one other, can't remember what album that was. Might have been System Has Failed or something. And I liked them, but frankly, I thought Opeth blew them away, and I thought Lamb of God actually was a better live band than Megadeth. But
there's nothing down for you if Lamb of God are better than you.
I know.
Say again? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said there's nothing down for you if Lamb of God are better than you.
Yeah. I mean, that was also when they had the Drover brothers were in the band, Glenn and I forget the other guy's name, and I don't know, they just weren't that. It seemed like they were going through the motions. So
I was speaking about earlier Clash of the Titans. I saw them on the Clash of the Titans when they had Marty Friedman and Nick Menza, and it was the Rust in Peace. The Rust in Peace there, and they started off with Holy Wars, fucking. In the days when Dave Mustaine had the white shirt and the tight blue jeans,
that was when they were to me worth seeing.
They were brilliant. I mean, they played before Slayer were the last band on, and Megadeth. I think they upstaged Slayer. To be honest, they were that good. They were really, really good.
I didn't know that, Nate. That doesn't surprise me at all that they're in D. I'm surprised they're that high. I'm surprised they're not in like C or C sharp at this point. It would sound weird though.
Okay. You don't go to see Megadeth and Slayer though for the stage show, do you? None of them move. They just stand there.
Yeah, they do.
Well, wait. No, Slayer has a pretty good. They have the crosses that come down. There's fire constantly, and when I saw Megadeth, it was for. I'm pretty sure it was for System Has Failed. But they kind of came back. Might have been 10. I'm not sure, but anyways, they had a lot of fire on the stage because I think Lamb of God had a lot of fire.
Oh yeah, but they need a spectacle because the band isn't interesting.
Right. I got
like Ian Hill from Judas Priest. He hasn't moved in 40 years.
All right, Johnny, you're up, man.
Okay.
Am I right? Yeah, Johnny's up. Yep.
Yep.
Does anybody know where we're at on albums? Are we on number 8?
I think we've got 3 left to go.
Let's just keep them coming until one of us has got to go home.
I've got 3 left to go. So I'm going with.
There you go.
Anthrax, Among the Living.
Yeah.
As I said, I've said I saw them on this tour and I did. So that's why I jumped between this one and the one before it, which has suddenly slipped my mind.
Spreading.
Yeah, spreading the disease. I believe you like that one, Andy.
I do.
You'll have to lend me a copy of it. I heard you got a few. So this is my between they flip flop between the two, but I've got more of a connection to this one because, as I said, I obviously saw them on this tour with Testament. Also, I think they were still doing this tour when I saw them at Donington.
Yep.
So it's just the songs that I remember more live, Among the Living, Caught in the Mosh, I'm the Lord. Obviously, I am and still was and am. That's the fucker. A big Judge Dredd fan as well. So I like my comic books and stuff. So I was well into the Dredd stuff. I had the T-shirt from the gig with the Judge Death on it, which was absolutely brilliant. But I haven't got any more, and I'm gutted. I should buy it again, I suppose. Stuff like Indians, there was a huge video at the time with Caught in a Mosh. One word. Yeah, it's all fucking great.
It's a brilliant album. It's a brilliant album.
For me, obviously, as I said, if people talk about different types of thrash and whatever, the definitive thrash for me is Anthrax, I must admit. And like Andy, the first thing I heard by him was this thing, Armed and Dangerous. The first thing with Belladonna on it. I think he's the.
What do you guys think
almost-
of What do you guys think of Fistful of Metal?
I like it.
Yeah, it's a good album. Yeah,
I mean,
Good
it's
album.
kind
I
of
don't
like a
mind it.
new wave of British heavy metal album. in a lot of
Yeah.
ways.
I do.
I
I
think
do
Neil
like
Tur-
it.
I love it. I think Neil Turbin sounds fucking great on it. He sounds like
Yeah,
Alfred. I mean,
He's got.
Yeah,
He's
no,
got.
I
A
like
great, he's
it.
got a great voice.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the cover
No, I
sucked.
don't know.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm done.
Andy,
Is it
pull
you?
out the next to last one would be. Let's stay with the
Okay.
Megadeth train.
Yeah. So Jeff was choosing. Mostly
Yeah, I went with
cells.
this one. It's the sentimental favorite. Unlike you, Andy, I came in actually on the first one. Killing is one of the first thrash albums I probably heard, but I didn't really love it very much. I didn't think the songs were as good as they are on this one, and obviously Rust in Peace. I was flip-flopping between this and Rust in Peace. I thought, well, someone's going to choose Rust in Peace. Maybe they won't, but this one, man, you got fucking it's just, for me, the production isn't great on it, but the Chris Poland's guitar playing on here, savage as fuck. He's so damn good, so underrated, or whatever the word is that you use there. Not underrated, but like just not talked about. The Conjuring, man, that arpeggiated descending riff thing is so fucking killer. You've got then it goes into that chugging riff. Love it. Lots of bass on here. A lot of prominent bass on this album with Ellefson. What else do we have there? Devil's Island, man. I fucking love that intro to that. The tapping legato section. And Poland just rips on. And then probably my favorite song here is Good Morning Black Friday.
Oh, what a banger.
I love that.
Great song.
And
Yeah.
the ending track, My Last Words, is fucking killer too. This is, when I go for Megadeth, which is not a lot, I only own this one. I own The System Has Failed. I own Countdown and Rust in Peace. That's it. I had Euthanasia, and I kind of like it, but it was kind of going poppy or radio friendly. But I just don't love Dave's voice, and I struggle with his voice a lot. And
What do
I
you
don't know what
mean?
it is. What's that?
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Dave or Bobby then? Dave or Bobby? Which one stays? Which one goes?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I should be over it by now, because like I could never take King Diamond. It took me 18 years to get into King Diamond, and I got to be in the right mood for King Diamond. But once I am, I love it, and I love the music. But man, I can only take King Diamond for so long, and then I got to go. Okay, I can't listen to King Diamond.
I think Mega Dave just does an adequate job vocally, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I agree.
The good thing is about the first albums like Peace Sells and So Far So Good and Rust in Peace, there's so many unbelievably good riffs.
Ah, so good.
That you can kind of put aside the vocals.
Yep.
Yeah,
you can kind of, especially as a guitar player, you can just channel on the riffs. There's so many killer riffs, and the songwriting is great. Dave's a great songwriter, man. I mean, you look at that early stuff on, Kill 'Em All. The best songs are pretty much Dave's songs.
Yeah.
So he's a monster guitar player, monster songwriter. I just struggle with that fucking vocal, man. I just struggle. But it is what it is. So moving on to Freddie, you're muted on your side.
Okay, my next pick is a band that was quite controversial in its day with a couple of their songs and probably the album art. I picked Exhorter, Slaughter in the Vatican, and this has got Jeff's favourite song in it, and that is Anal Lust.
Oh, Anal Lust, absolutely, yeah, 100%. What? How did you know? Oh, I remember now. Never mind. It was that second roofie you gave me. That's what it was.
This album here, just blew, another one that's just ultra heavy and brutal, and with, very much like Pantera. This band was considered the copycat of Pantera.
Yeah, the New Orleans version of Pantera.
Pantera, yeah. But I love Pantera, But this band, I think, is a little bit better than Pantera. You know,
I think it's the other way around though. I think Pantera. I think when they were playing when they looked like a hair metal band.
Yeah.
When they went into their Cowboys from Hell, I think they must have listened to that as a bit of a.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah, because that debut Pantera album, Cowboys from Hell, when they went more heavier, it was this band influenced them a lot.
Yeah,
but if you read the demos of this album, they're a lot heavier.
Yeah,
they toned down the heaviness on this album, which I think is a shame. That they should have, just kept that heaviness, and this album would have.
Frederick, has Kyle always been the singer?
Kyle has been on all three albums. He was the vocalist.
Okay, yeah.
And this album, too. Kyle was very much, his voice was very unique. He could do he does the doom metal vocals. You can hear a bit of doom in here as well. With his vocal styles, but he's got that harsh, sort of death metal growls, and he mixes it up, the highs and lows. And it's just
move on. We got to move on to get Cloudy out of here. Sorry, I'm gonna try. We're gonna get close, Cloudy. We might go 10 or so minutes over.
He's trying to get rid of you, Andy.
Pardon?
He's trying to get rid of you, Andy.
I know.
No, I imagine he has to get up for work. I don't know. Do you work from home, Andy, or no?
No. Not
okay.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So I want to try.
Is it me? I don't know. Is it me? The camera's on me. So.
All right. So I think we're at number 7, right? I think.
Yeah. The light's on, but no one's home.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely right. Well, we talked about this when you initially asked me about what got me into thrash metal. So it's only right that I show this.
Yes.
7,
finally.
Like I say, my introduction to more extreme metal. And I think it's arguably sort of voted as the greatest thrash metal album of all time.
Hard to argue that, yep.
I'm not going to argue that, but it's battery. It's got everything you need in a thrash metal album, hasn't it? It's got the aggression. It's got the riffing, the mid-tempo riff-based riff. It's got those beautiful moments where it breaks down, and like I say, thrash has always incorporated that nice sort of classical or Spanish guitar, you want to call it. Vocally, it's great. Lead guitar wise, Kirk Hammett has never sounded better than on this. I mean, this is, it's Cliff Burton driven. You can hear that.
Orion is just
that guy knew how to write a riff.
Yeah, you got songs like, all out fucking frenetic intensity like Battery and Disposable Heroes. Then you got the more almost, I don't want to say groove, but that like lurching intensity of Leper Messiah.
And even like the thing that should not be.
I love that song.
If you don't do the riff face to that, you're never going to do the riff face to anything.
Yep. And let's be honest here, man. The title track, although it's been overplayed to death, is one of the finest fucking guitar orgasms you're ever. If you're a guitar player, managing that song that's mecca. Once you've managed that song and you've got that down picking, you've got the fucking frenetic, changes. You're golden, right? You can pretty much play anything, right?
Yeah,
that was one of my picks, but I was going to wait till the very end, so I'll wait and I'll pick the other one that's, unless somebody else has it. So
yeah. And for people of my generation, my age, Ride the Lightning was made. It was a tad too early for me. This 86, this was released, so this was, spot
on. Same for me.
The age I am, it was just there at the right time, and this is the album.
Yep.
That like I say, took me from Twisted Sister into Terrorizer,
Yeah. Morbid Angel.
Yeah.
Good pick. All right, Ben, let me unmute you, sir. What you got?
Well, I got Ride the Lightning.
Damn it, you guys both stole both you guys stole my thunder.
Man, what more can be said? This would have been the second Metallica album I heard right after hearing Massacre of Puppets on that same day. And I think this album, I love Massacre of Puppets, but I think this album's slightly better. I like James's voice on this album a little more. There's something about it I like.
Well, it's a lot harsher and a little bit higher.
Yeah. The production, it's definitely raw, but I don't know. There's something about the production I like too. I mean,
and I think there's still an element of that new wave of British heavy metal to Ride the Lightning.
Yeah.
Compared to I think Master of Puppets is more of they've dropped that traditional sort of heavy metal feeling that they had on the first two albums. Ride the Lightning's an absolute Thrasher piece. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
Yeah, it's my favourite as well. Ride the Lightning's my favourite as well.
And yeah, the definite jump in songwriting on this album is absolutely incredible. From Kill 'Em All to Ride the Lightning, they definitely got more melodic on this album, even a bit heavier too. You know.
All right, my daughter has spoken. She says Ride the Lightning's best. So there you go. All right. But there's so many great songs on there. Like the super melodic but super heavy Fade to Black is one of the classic fucking thrash metal ballads, if you want to call it that, or epic ballads or whatever. You got, Fight Fire with Fire. You got fucking the Call of Cthulhu, man.
Oh, Whom the Bell Tolls.
Amazing.
Oh,
thrash metal with a war pedal on the bass. What's that all about?
Yeah, who did that shit? Who
No
did
one
that?
did
One
that.
guy,
No
right?
one.
Yeah, Clipwood's the only one that I know that did that.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's got Creeping Death on it as well, which is
Creeping Death.
iconic.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Yeah, it's so hard to choose between those two. That's why, what did I do, Andy or Johnny? I pulled both of them. I'm like, let's get them both out. So,
and it's like I said before, the only reason you're picking one is because it has maybe resonates with you more personally than
where
another
you came
one.
in.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. That's a good pick. Really good pick. A necessary pick, obviously. Have we hit all four of the bands now? I think we have, right? The big four?
Yes, you have. Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well done.
I have one that's my next one, Ben, is the one I need from you in a minute here. We are at let's hold on. Where am I at? Fuck. Oh, Cloudy. Sorry. God damn it. What just happened there? I'm sorry. I got confused. Go ahead.
So I've got one more that has to be shown before you kick me out.
I'm not kicking you out. I'm definitely not kicking you out. I know. There you go. There you go. Somebody got it.
This to me is the only flotsam I need.
Same here.
I have a couple of others, but this is the only one I go back to. They're just not a massive band to me like they are for some people. But this album is an absolute must.
Yeah, it's classic.
The only thing I hate about it is the track order's wrong on the cover, and that's
really?
Yeah.
Oh, the fact that when you introduce it, you've got to say this is the one that featured Jason Newsted.
Absolutely, yes. One of those things that has to be said. But I was listening to this the other day as well, and I hadn't realized how much I fucking love "She Took an Axe" as a song, and Eric AK's just. Even when he's not singing, it's almost like is it like falsetto when he's
Yep.
almost operatic, but not operatic. Absolute banger. But Doomsday for the Deceiver as well.
That's a great album. One of the very first, probably one of the very first. I had it on cassette. I don't know, somebody stole it or I lost it or whatever. But that's a killer album, and that's the last album I believe with Jason on it, right?
That was the only album.
The only one.
The only one, right?
The only one. And again, with that album, it like not predates the word thrash, but it's got so much of a heavy, traditional heavy metal element to it.
Yes, it does. Yep.
Brilliant album.
And I think they're a very consistent band. I think they put out good material. Like there's other good albums, Ken Mary, who I interviewed, is now on drums from Fifth Angel. You know, good band. And I will say, Eric AK, man, he sounds as good now as he did back then.
He's got a great voice.
Great
It's almost years ago. They were pretty good.
Yep. Okay, where are we at here? We are at Jonny.
Yep.
I think we're on 8. We on 9 now, right?
I think this is the 9th one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the 9th one. For me, I'm going with my favourite album of all time.
Wow. Of all time.
Yep, that's
Look
my
at it.
original copy.
That's a good choice. Good choice.
That's my original vinyl. That's the issue from the box set, and that's just another reissue that I happened to pick up.
What the fuck is wrong with all you guys? You need 18 copies of shit. What the fuck?
Where's the cassette tape?
Oh, fuck off. I haven't got one of them. But if anybody's got one and want to send it my way, you're more than welcome to. I just love this album. I've loved it for so long.
Killer album.
I kept the CD simply because it's got the cover of Batman on it. 1 minute 45 seconds of them just going Batman.
Yeah, that's
Batman.
silly. That's silly as fuck. Yeah,
it's silly as fuck, but I loved it, and I think after hearing that, and obviously
Brain Scan, Psychic Vacuum.
Yeah, Tribal Convictions was the single. With the drumming, the drumming on that is just, oh my word. Absolutely stunning. Yeah. What is it?
Killer.
I can't leave the seat. Let's bring one of the albums up. I can't leave the tracks off there. Okay. Chaos
Macro
Mongers.
Solutions to Mega Problems.
Yeah.
What
Scan,
a
Psychic
Chaos
Vacuum,
Mongers.
Cosmic Drama. We
Yeah.
go into this fucking hospital. Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. I've always loved this album.
And the artwork, by the way, is so killer, man.
Yeah.
You know,
I've
Killing
got a t-shirt with this
Technology.
on. Yeah.
So cool.
Billy said
Brilliant.
Killing Technology was my first way in, but this was the album for me. And just went from there.
Great
and I
pick.
said I had a t-shirt with that logo thing on it back in the day, and I used to wear it all the time. That's the one I got from the gig that they didn't
You
turn
need
up at.
you need a tattoo of that, John.
You're probably right. I do. I'll have to have a word with me tattoo artist when I
Right
get
on
them
your
sorted.
on your throat there.
You reckon? Big
Yeah,
one.
that- There you go. The emblem on the throat.
I can't have it on my chest. I'd have to get it shaved first, and I can't be asked for that shit.
They reissued the on this tour and the last tour that I saw them on. They've got the Nothing Face artwork. So I have that shirt in the closet.
Okay.
But I wish they would reissue that shirt. I have a Killing Technology. I have Nothing Face, but I really want that on our. Oh, and I have an Outer Limits too. So Angel Rat.
Oh, nice.
They need to do Angel Rat and fucking Dimension Hatros.
That's my go-to Voivod album.
I'll be all over that shit. Yeah. All right. For me, I guess pull the 2 up and we'll just show them quick, and because I didn't really pick any other alternatives, and so for me it's a grab bag of 2. Yeah. I mean, these are 2 of the most important albums in thrash metal. There's no way you can get around that. They're pivotal albums in the genre. They are brilliant albums. I pretty much said all I need to. The only thing I guess to mention is, of course, Cliff and what a almost solitary figure. But I will mention one other guy. Roger Patterson from Atheist was on Cliff's level. For sure. They were like the Geddy Lees of thrash metal bass playing. And Nate and DEFCON 66 were talking about Kirk. Yeah, man, it's puzzling how he could play such fucking vital, incredible leads on these 2 albums in particular, and even on, to some degree, on And Justice. And then he just, I don't know, man. Like,
well, I saw a comment earlier about them talking about Cliff, and I honestly do think that probably Cliff Burton had a big influence on Kirk's solos, because I know even on Justice he has got writing credits on one of the songs. Is it To Live Is To Die? Cliff Burton's on. He's got writing credits on that. I'm sure he has. But I think even that he was. I'm not sure if he was classically trained Cliff Burton, but he had that about him. Do you know? And I honestly think that a lot of the solos, he's probably literally told Kirk what to play. You know what I mean? Do it like this, mate. This is how you do it. Because from that moment on, after Cliff had gone, his solos were nothing like any of the early albums, were they?
Yeah, the problem with Kirk now is, man, he pretty much just plays the same fucking solo over and over. And over.
Yeah.
And, you know, I love the wah pedal as much as every guitar player, but fucking A, dude. Every song. Ugh. So, yeah.
There's just not as much. They're not as memorable anymore. His solos on all the first albums are memorable. You can hum along to them. You can whistle along to them. You can't anymore.
Yeah, you're exactly right. All right, we're gonna
Jeff, just for 2 seconds. You were all about bass players. Can I just mention this album?
Oh yeah.
It's a great album too.
With Les.
Yeah,
Les Claypool, yeah.
Yeah, now this is fucking blinding, and I must admit, I almost picked it because I do pick it up and listen to it quite regular.
The only real issue with Blind Illusion for me is Mark Biederman's not a great singer.
No, he's not.
He's just all right, but he's like he's a killer guitar player and really writes really interesting, unique, and technically challenging songs. Yeah,
he's survived the garage as well. It survived the garage, and Larry's on there as well, isn't he?
Oh, that's an original?
Yeah, it's an original. Yeah, well, the under one flag 18. So yeah, it's a UK thing, but yeah, this is original. Yeah.
All right, we're on our last one, dudes.
Yep.
And where are we at here? We're going to Frederick.
Well, for my last one, I'm going to pick a classic album that everybody should know, and that is the second album by the band Artillery, Terror Squad.
Excellent.
Another cover that's not really a good cover, but I love it.
Canadian band, right?
No, Danish.
Oh, Danish,
and they're very much in the same vein as Metallica, Ride the Lightning sort of. Thrash metal. They I just very hard to explain. Like they did tour with Metallica, and I think they were very much influenced by Metallica on this album. They did go a bit power metal later on, but this was the first album that I heard from Artillery. I didn't get to the debut later on in the years, and I feel that's the album that I got laid on. So this is just very much the Danish with Metallica, I would say. Great, they got some great songs. The song that caught my ear was the song Terror Squad. I really loved that riff, that chugging, and the vocals, again were high pitched. It's a great album.
I was thinking they were Canadian because there's a band from Montreal that has that's a thrash band. Fuck, Denis is the guitar player, but I don't know his last name. It begins with an A. Is that ringing a bell with anyone? Damn it.
No.
I'll look it up. Okay, we're moving on to Marc G with a C. Good pick, Fred.
There is one album I wanted to show, and I haven't picked it, but I wanted to show it because I don't know if you could class it as thrash metal, but it's an album that I would love to take to a desert island. I don't know if you would class it as.
I thought it was going to be Champion.
Big Light on.
Oh, great album.
That's a great album. Yeah.
I didn't.
It's a tough one. A lot people would argue it's not a thrash metal album. but it's
Is
as good
it speed metal though? Is it speed?
yeah,
Power
Yeah,
metal?
speed power metal.
Got a little bit of a speed
Power metal.
thrash. Yep.
yeah, it's got a bit of power metal. I don't know, but it's just a fucking belter of a record.
Yeah.
It is just riffs throughout it. I mean, Warrell Dane's voice, you know, that this guy,
Yeah,
he has got or had some pipes, that's for sure. It was produced by Dave Mustaine. I think they supported Megadeth.
It was,
on
yeah.
their tour. Like I say, it's riffy, it's melodic, it's aggressive when it wants to be. It's also sort of beautiful in parts. And again, as with most of these thrash albums we mentioned, it's got a cover version on it. But they do a decent version. Jefferson Airplane's White Rabbit.
Yeah, it's great song.
Brilliant.
But
See, I like that cover. A lot of people don't. I like that cover.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Die for my sins. Just
It's a fucking Battle Angels, man. Here's the
Yeah.
thing. I don't know if you guys saw it, but on Heavy Metallurgy, we did a deep dive. Me, Marty, and I, and Alan. We did a deep dive on Sanctuary and Nevermore, all the Warrell Dane stuff. And Warrell Dane might be my favorite singer of all time. That guy's pipes were just so unique, so incredible. He's so high on this album. It's like fucking scary how high
it's
he
just
could go.
fabulous. I don't even know where the vocals come from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like he's got two throats.
Yeah.
It's like
And
like
the one
David
after
Wayne.
this, the one after this, Into the Mirror Black, is fucking killer too. It's
Yeah,
right
that's
up
a
there.
that's a brilliant album. Yeah, but yeah,
So, Mike-
what's that?
You know, if you put Metal Church on there, it'd be like the first Metal Church album.
Yeah,
Well, we're
Yeah,
gonna talk about that. You just fucking ruined my surprise, Frederick. We're talking about Metal Church last for me. I don't know. I don't really hear Metal Church there. I don't know. Maybe
Because they're both from Seattle. They're both from Seattle. So,
True.
you know, they
True.
had that Seattle sound.
you know, I don't know what do you guys? What would you class that as? Is it thrash metal? Is it a blend? Is it a blend of power thrash?
Yeah, I always called it a mixture of traditional U.S. power metal with a
Yeah.
little bit of thrash in there.
Yeah.
I would say there's 3 or 4 songs in there that are thrashy, but they're not full on thrash.
I think because it's dipping its toe into the thrash realm, we'll let it go, guys.
Yeah.
I think we're good with it.
agree.
I'm good with it.
Cool.
Oh,
If anybody else said, I would have said no. Because you've said it, Mark, I'll let you off, mate.
that's one of my favorite albums, and I don't care what anyone classifies it as. I'm taking it.
Fucking love it. Love it. Although, I don't know, I might be in the minority here. I personally favor Into the Mirror Black just a tiny little bit. I think the songs are a little bit more fleshed out and the production's a little better.
It's because you're a prog nerd, Jeff. Come
That's
on.
exactly what it is. You nailed
Yeah.
it. You nailed it. It's more proggy.
Yeah, yeah.
And this DEFCON 66, thanks for stopping by, but you lose on that comment because that is not the case at all. The Dreaming Neon Black is one of the greatest fucking albums ever written. Anyways, all right. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
Oh, it's a band. Damien is a band, a US band.
Never even heard of them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
They're very good band. As
We're
well.
moving on. I got to get Cloudy out to bed here.
Demolition Hammer. That's a great call.
Where am I at? Who am I going to?
And
Ben.
Devastation.
Ben.
It's Ben.
Actually, Ben, hold on. You're on mute. I'm gonna do because you have my last album. I'm gonna do you next to last with me. So hang on a minute. Cloudy, why don't you go?
All right, I'm going German. I can't decide which, so I'm gonna go with Paradox.
Oh, fabulous
Yeah.
album.
Exuma was going to be the other one.
Get him there.
Yeah, this is a great album. I have heard a certain German on YouTube, Jürgen, if you know him, say that he thinks this is better than Master of Puppets, whereas I don't agree. I think it is.
Yeah, it's tough talking, that, isn't it?
Great album.
Yeah.
They got the tashes and everything. A very unnatural pose of a band, I thought. I mean, what's the bass player doing? Is that how you play bass?
Yeah, really. What's up with that?
But he's got a Master of Puppets t-shirt on as well.
Christ,
So-
they look like they're about 12 years old.
That's
Couple of
outside. That's outside the rehearsal room. There's no toilet. They've all just nipped out for a poo.
Yeah.
Do you reckon the guy with
Probably
the moustache?
exactly
It's
right.
a stick-on moustache. It's a stick-on tash.
I don't
isn't
know
it? It's
those
not a
guys.
proper
Are they
tash,
like
that.
Andy? Are they like shit? There's another German thrash band. Are they called Aggressor, Progressor, Professor?
Assassin?
What is it?
Assassin?
No,
That's-
Confessor. Is there one called Confessor?
There's a German band called Aggressor.
Maybe that's who I'm thinking of.
Devin,
if you're in here, tell me the name of that band that I really like.
I have to admit, Professor Aggressor is definitely a better name for a band.
That's a good name. Yeah, for sure.
Protector,
is that it? Maybe? I can't remember. Anyways, I can't remember.
Anyway,
Devin will know what it is.
none of those bands are Paradox.
Paradox, that's it. All right, that's the one. It is Paradox. Yeah, I like them a lot. Yeah.
But this is a very, very good album. Also on Stars on Thrash, which is my
Nice.
Yeah. Good call.
Andy, you did some great picks, man. I really like a lot of stuff that we did a good job of not going overboard on the obvious stuff, which is Protector. That's it. Protector.
I had all the obvious ones picked. I just had a few backups when everyone else showed the obvious.
Nice. Okay.
He's good like that, Andy. He's got his entire collection out under the desk.
No, that's Johnny Mac. Johnny pulled every album he owns. Johnny, you're up.
Okay. Right. Well, I'm going obvious. This is the greatest thrash metal album of all fucking time.
Oh, wow.
Sod you.
Oh.
It is.
It's the shortest, greatest thrash metal album of all time.
Right. So I said I'd go back to the story about buying albums and on import. My mate Marc, who you know, Marc.
Yes.
The one that organised all the thrash gigs at Wrexham, who got you some gigs, didn't he, mate?
He did.
Yeah. So me and Marc, back in the day, we went to the local. Well, there wasn't local. We had to go across the border from Wales into England, and a place called Chester. And they had this record shop, and we went in there, and we were flipping through the imports, and he saw this album on import. wasn't available in the UK at the time. It cost 30 English pounds. And when you consider
back in the 80s.
Back in the 80s, it cost 30 quid or 29.99. And I looked at it and it said it was lasted 29 minutes. I said, there's no fucking way you're buying that. It's £1 a song, £1 a minute. And he went and bought it. And I laughed at him and I went back to his house when he bought it. We went on the bus because we were still in school. And it just blew me away. I'd never heard anything like it before. It was just so fast. It was insane. And I think this got me into the heavier stuff, into the Napalm Deaths and all that sort of thing. And, you know, into loving black metal. And so this was my proper, as I said, everybody loved thrash, but this was like, for me, I'd never heard anything so fast in my whole life. This was just unbelievable. Yeah. And I know there was stuff out at the time that was probably heavier and faster than whatever else. But for me, when I heard this,
I don't think so.
In the UK.
I don't think so. You think so? I don't.
But for me, this just blew me away. And as I said, this is a original UK copy. I've got on
yeah, I mean, if in all honesty, Nate kind of nailed it earlier. I think that particular album personifies everything that thrash is about.
Yeah, and I think the back cover does.
Yep.
Just the way that they're having a beer, they're having a laugh, and
tiny beers. They're having tiny beers. They're not that
they're having tiny beers. Yeah. They look huge in my hands, probably, but
I mean, look at the song titles, man. Like, you know, Altar of Sacrifice, Angel of Death, Necrophobic, Jesus Saves, Criminally Insane, Reborn. I mean, Postmortem. It's just like it's everything. That
the song "Rain in Blood." Even someone who doesn't listen to heavy metal knows that riff.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you find the people that you work with, everybody knows Slayer, and they know they're a heavy band, and I think that you know that they go, oh yeah, they're heavy, not like Metallica. But yeah, these days people still know Slayer, and they still know that they're a heavy band. They might not have even heard.
No, you're dead right.
People know Slayer. You know, look at that logo, for God's sake. It's almost black metal, isn't it? It's and I think they seem to follow on from the Venom thing, which a lot of the bands did, but they just kept it, but still kept playing thrash metal at the time. So yeah, that this is my. It's always been it was my gateway into the proper extreme stuff.
Cool.
And I just absolutely adore it. I think it's brilliant. I can't get enough of it.
Kill Rob. I mean, if you're going seriously, if you're going, top three, you pretty much got to put that, Master or Ride, and probably Spreading maybe, or I mean that's
Well, they were the big four for the reason, weren't they? Let's face it.
Yep.
I've even got me Slayer shirt on and that. As I said, I saw them on this tour. I actually saw them in the UK on this tour, me and Marc. He couldn't get anyone else to go with him. We went to Manchester to see him. Fucking Malice supported them and got booed off because they were shit. But Slayer were absolutely insane then.
But
honestly, they were fucking brilliant.
They only played for 40 minutes.
Yeah. That was they did the same songs twice. But awesome.
You said you thought maybe there was somebody doing something faster at the time. I don't think there was. I mean, I can't really think of anything offhand.
No.
Metallica was going fast, but they weren't that fast. They just weren't. Maybe
when you consider that it wasn't their first album, usually you find bands start off fast and then slow down. They go, I'll tell you what, on our third album, should we go fast as fuck? And they go, go on then, we'll go for it.
What year was that? What year was that again? I forget. What year?
86.
85, 86, maybe.
So I suppose like Scum and that bands like that, Grindcore were starting to make an appearance, but that's a completely different style.
I think the only band I would put in there on their level as far as speed and ferocity in that thrash scene was probably that first Possessed album, because that's Seven Churches is pretty savage, man. It's just
maybe Dark Angel.
Dark Angel too. Yep. That Dark Angel is fucking unrelenting, but I still think Rain and Blood. I think Rain and Blood personifies everything that thrash is. All right, Ben, you got one, and then we'll get Cloudy out of here. Anybody else can hang out. Cloudy, if you want to jet, then it's up to you. But
do you know what? I think I'm gonna have to head off. I've got to get up in a few hours to get the kids up. So it's been a blast, guys.
Nice to meet you, Daddy.
Take care, Andy.
No spoilers on what your last one is, Ben, because I'll watch it when I get up in the morning.
Okay, hey, Andy, you followed me and I follow you on Instagram. Let's talk. I really want to do a deep dive, a granular deep dive on Magnum. Because I pretty much I own everything but the last two albums.
Let's make it happen.
You be into it, man? I'd love to do it. So let's talk about it. All right, man. Thanks so much for being here, dude.
Yeah, Andy.
See you, Andy. Later, mate.
Ta-ra.
Okay. Where am I at? I'm on Ben.
Ben.
We got to get Ben out of here too because he's got to go to work. Oh God, hold on.
And he's muted.
Oops, there you go.
Yeah, anyways, I'm already way past schedule anyways, so I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. My final pick is obviously Rust in Peace.
Nice.
Classic.
To me, it's the greatest thrash album of all time. I mean,
brilliant.
Just some of the greatest guitar work. Just in general. It doesn't matter what style of metal it is, or music in general. There's just stellar guitar work on this album. And my favorite Megadeth song of all time is Tornado of Souls. So,
yes,
that's my all-time favorite song. Hangar 18's not far behind, obviously. The opening track, Holy Wars, Rust in Peace, Polaris, it's all good.
Every song on there is kind of a masterpiece. It's it's their masterpiece, no doubt. All right, Ben, show mine real quick. I'll let you get out of here, and the rest of us can yak if we want. But show mine. So a lot of people might say, "Oh, that's not really a thrash album." I think it is a thrash album. It's a crossover between kind of thrash and traditional metal, and a little bit of power metal, maybe a little bit of speed. I will say this. I'll go on record saying this. I think the first two tracks on this album are the perfect two tracks to lead off any album ever, anywhere. Beyond the Black and fucking Metal Church. I mean, is there a better pair of songs back to back? I don't know. But David Wayne, man, David fucking Wayne. What a voice that guy had. He's like Warrell Dane. He's like Warrell Dane and maybe just Russ Anderson, just a fucking monster vocalist. And those first two Metal Church, and then the third one with Blessing
Mike,
Mike, yeah, just fucking killer. So Ben, we'll let you get out of here because I know you got to go to work. I really appreciate it, man.
All right, man. Thanks for inviting me.
I hope you had fun.
Had a
Nice
blast.
one,
And
Ben.
it's great meeting
Good to meet you,
finally,
Ben.
Marc
Good to
G.
meet you, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nice to
good to
meet you.
meet you. Always good to
See you,
see
man.
you too, Frederick. All right,
Yeah,
guys,
thank
take
you.
it easy. Keep it
Bye,
down.
buddy.
Take it easy, dude.
Be well,
Hey,
man.
man.
We'll see you. Take care.
All right, thanks, man.
Okay, so Metal Church. I just wanted to finish up real quick. I wanted to get him. He's got to go to work. So, what did I have here? Oh, Gods of Wrath, Hitman. Just another killer tandem. I love the guitar playing on this album. Love the guitar tone. Love the solos. Wayne is off the charts. The only thing I don't like about this album, take a guess what it is, Frederick. You're muted. Frederick, you're muted.
Still muted.
What
There we go.
was that?
What don't I like about the Metal Church album?
The cover song.
Exactly. And I love Highway Star, but man, there's just certain songs you just shouldn't fuck with, and that's one of them. You know, it's just not it's an unfuckable with song. But yeah, man. So I think we did pretty well. We didn't have a tremendous amount of overlap. A little bit. Mark and I were on the same pathway for quite a while, and
Yeah.
but lots and lots of fun.
It's always going to happen, though. You know, the six of us doing the stream.
Yep.
And
And
we,
all
you
of
know,
us,
we
all of us
all,
kind of being in the same age range and kind of coming up through the same ranks. We were, you know,
yeah, and we never had, we didn't sort of go into details about this. We just, that was the premise: is pick your 10, and we didn't confer or anything. So there was always going to be some add over, wasn't there? No doubt about it.
So, you know, I think looking back, like Thrash, I love Thrash because it was kind of my gateway into as for all of us, it was our gateways into the much heavier stuff to come.
Yeah.
The death metal, the black metal, the sludge metal that comes out with like Neurosis. And, you know, I said I went to see Yob on Friday night, and I'm telling you, man, like I'm still not the same. My voice is fucked. My body hurts from, I don't think, you know, I'm 57 years old and I feel every fucking minute of that 57 these days.
Yeah.
But man, I went to the show. I don't drink very often. I rarely ever drink, but I had two stouts that I didn't know this at the time. They were 8.3. So by the halfway through the second one, I'm not feeling much pain, man. Next thing I know, I'm fucking headbanging like crazy. And, you know, Rick was with us, Dreadful Rick, because he lives down there, and we've gone to a bunch of shows lately.
Oh,
my daughter took us down. And, man, I just fucking headbanged like crazy. And when I woke up yesterday, I thought, I'm going to have a bad hangover. Well, I talked to Frederick and Ben when I got home, and I was kind of passing out, and I got up, and I didn't feel too bad. I feel it today. It's always like the second day when you work out, your muscles the next day, they're fine. Man, I feel it today. I'm fucking sore and everything hurts. And so, but yeah, guys, I want to thank Jonny for doing a hell of a job rounding all you guys up so that I didn't have to constantly be, you know, micromanaging that. Cause I actually had a deep dive I was supposed to do on Moody Blues last night, you know, the prog nerd in me. And I had to call it off. My voice was just not good. So what do you guys got coming up with your channels? Frederick, what do you got?
Nothing. Nothing. No. But I'm just like there might be an album update date sometime in the next month or so. You know, so yeah, no, I'm not doing many videos at the moment now. You know, just you know, it's not my thing. It's not my thing really. You know what I mean? You know, I just do what I do. You know, when I have stuff to show,
Yeah.
showing stuff, and then
I must be one of the I pre-record a lot of my videos. So when I'm feeling in the mood and I've had the time to be able to do a bit of research and make, I listen to music and make notes. I don't just like showing stuff on my channel.
No, I don't either. That's
I like to talk about. I like to tell the people who are watching a bit about it. So
yeah.
And we're working shifts. I don't always have the time. So when I do have the time, I tend to pre-record. So I've got about 15 videos that I've already recorded.
Oh, nice.
And then I try to upload them every sort of about five.
You have, Mark, you have kids, right? How old are your kids?
I've got 2 sons, 4 and 7.
Oh, they're young.
So
yeah. You got a lot of time involved with them too. See, I'm kind of lucky, and Johnny, you're the same too. Our kids are grown. My kids are in their late 20s, 26 and 28. And, unfortunately with my issue and my disability, there isn't a lot I can do. I'm very limited. Like, that's the first time I don't go out a lot because it's very difficult for me to get out and be upright like this. And because I feel the dysautonomia does weird shit to my head. So I feel better when I'm lying down. But I do a lot of my stuff on the computer. And, I kind of made my niche about doing these deep dives on bands I'm really into. I dig into these albums super granularly. I get cool people on to join me to talk about those bands, right, Johnny?
You do good, and the good, Jeff, and they are, the good deep dives. The one that you and John did with Fish, and that was,
labor of love, man. We really got into it.
Learned a lot from that, absolutely, and that's what these are all about. That's why we do these channels, isn't it? Anyway, it's to introduce people
just to
new
share
music.
Our knowledge and share our love for this stuff, right?
To talk about the music that we're into, and hopefully people can learn something a little bit new from that, and that's what it's all about.
So I have the other side of my channel is the really deep dives with artists. I really pride myself on doing these. However, I am going to kind of scale back from doing the 3 and 4 hour ones. I think 2 is the sweet spot. A lot of these artists are like, "Whoa, you want to talk to me for 3 hours? Like, what are we going to talk about?" But there may be one here or there. Like Tuesday night coming up. Tuesday, I've got Derek Vela from Tomb Mold coming on. So we're going to talk about Tomb Mold. We're going to talk about his beginnings, what influences him, what that kind of stuff, and then we'll get into the Tomb Mold and the Dream Unending stuff, which he's recently done. Plus, he was also on the latest Outer Heaven album. We're doing him. And then I'm hoping to have Kelly Schaefer and Paul Masvidal from Cynic and Death on a little later because I'm supposed to go down and see them in early July and hang out with those guys. So I may do a live interview, like from, maybe us out at lunch doing an interview or something like that. We'll see how that goes. But yeah. So Johnny, what do you got coming up? Anything?
Bits and bobs. As I said, I'm most of my stuff is collection updates and stuff. I did the weekend. I did an unboxing of the new. Well, I don't know how new it is. The Dark Throne box set of 5 cassettes, which is quite cool. I've recorded one already, which is it's a collection update, but it's just heavy metal, hard rock. There's a bit of glam in there, that sort of stuff. But I've got about 100 vinyl albums in there, which is everything from death metal to
what happened?
Got a stack of black metal as well that I've had over the past few months.
Johnny, your volume just cut out.
Yeah, I think my buds have just run out of power. So
are they dying? Okay.
Yeah,
here,
we can still hear you though, John. Don't worry.
Yeah, I can up your volume. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to talk into the phone now because the buds have decided to give up.
You.
But I suppose we got 3 hours out of it, which wasn't bad. So yeah, so I've got lots of bits and bobs. I've got a week that I'm going away not next week, the week after. So I'll do a mark and I'll record about 3 or 4 this week coming up and stick them out while I'm away. So that's cool. I'm only going to Anglesey, which is a Welsh little island, which is sweet.
Nice.
But it's just nice to get away and have a bit of time off.
Man,
so, and so we got gigs coming up.
What do you got going on? What are you going to see?
Aren't we off to
I've
see?
got Jungle Rot on Tuesday.
Yeah, you're going to see Jungle Rot. I can't do that one. That's
And-
that's Tuesday, isn't it?
After that, I think Possessed at the end of the month.
Yeah, we got Coffin Mulch as well, haven't we? Is that next month?
Coffin Mulch and Slime Lord. Yeah,
The Slime Lord, yeah.
That's next month.
How far do you guys live apart? How close are you guys? Oh,
I think me and John lives in Wrexham. That's probably about it's about a 30-minute drive, so it's not far away. So we went to see Carcass. John drove to my house, and I drove into the city. So
now,
we're not too far apart.
When you say the city, are you talking London or where are you talking?
Liverpool.
No, Liverpool. You're okay. So you're west. You're west of London then.
Well, we're north. We're up north.
North.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking,
we're very kind of close to Scotlandish, Liverpool and Manchester, so that we're north.
You're way up. Okay, you're above Birmingham or no?
No, a little bit
in between.
Yeah.
We're classed as the northwest of England.
Yeah.
If you drive from the end, like the coast down on the southern coast, right?
Yeah.
Up to Scotland, how long of a drive is that?
From the south coast up to Scotland's probably I would say it's probably about 10 hours.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
It's a fair way.
Where I am now, if I drive from the northwest down to the south coast, it's usually about a 6-hour drive.
Wow!
And
so
if I drive from where I am up to Scotland, that's probably about a 3 to 4 hour drive. So
so you're up further then. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we got a big festival in January, haven't we, mate? Well, there's a stack of us going up to Scotland for a festival end of January. A load of the UK YouTubers. We got Dylan's actually getting the plane up from London. He's a London guy, and he's going to get the plane up because it's going to take him too long to drive up or whatever. And I know
where's Metal Mickey at? Is he?
He's closer to Birmingham, isn't he?
He's about 2-hour drive from us.
Yeah, he's up north, almost on the border, isn't he?
And then Andy, who Cloudy.
Where's he at?
He's in Edinburgh, so he's in Scotland. So
he's in Scotland, yeah.
Oh, Andy's in Scotland.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought he was down in the UK. What about Liam?
Liam's
down south, isn't he?
He's on the southeast coast. Yeah, he's kind of down London way, really.
London, yeah, he's closer to London.
Well, his band are playing, aren't they, Mark? They're actually playing up in Scotland, so he's him and the rest of the band, Consecration, actually playing at this festival up in January. So he's travelling up as well, so it should be cool.
Well, speaking of bands, Mark, what's going on with your band?
Nothing at the moment. We're just in hiatus. It was always our intention, once we knew that a record company were interested in putting out our long overdue second album, that it was then a bit of a recce to find the old material and see what we could find from that period. And we didn't really want to start writing new music because that wasn't really our intention, and I wasn't even sure if the band would want to get back together again to do it. But after they reissued, it all came about because the first album was reissued on vinyl, its first press on vinyl. And it got us all talking again. And then the record company said, what about more material? And we'd put it out for you. So it got us all talking, and we ended up finding all our old rehearsal tapes and little demos we recorded, and we realised there was probably about 80% of a full album there. So we wrote one new song, as it happens, on that album. But like I say, we've got no plans to play because we're all living in separate parts of the country now.
Okay, all right, yeah.
So we don't rehearse.
So it's pretty difficult to do any gigging because you can't rehearse easily.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got no plans to play live. It was just more about getting that second album out there that we always should have put out in the 90s,
Yeah, right.
So we'll never say never. There might come a time when we decide to maybe do something, and I think the label that put the second album out would probably entertain us with another one.
Who was that? Who did that?
Cosmic Key.
Yep.
A Dutch label, but it was also done over in America by Transcending, but Transcending I think have gone bust now. I think they've gone into liquidation.
Yep. Chicago, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Did
So yeah, no plans really. But like I say, we've not called it a day, but we've got no plans to do anything as of yet.
Just let everybody know the name of your band, Enchantment, right?
Enchantment, yeah. Death Doom from the Blackpool.
Now, when you guys first formed, though, did you gig a lot?
Oh, we did, yeah. When we very first started out, there was a nice little scene going on in the Northwest, and John touched on it earlier about one of his friends, Marc. Him and his friend used to run like a promotion company, and they used to put gigs on. That's right, Simon. Yeah. So when we were at a demo stage before we even got signed to Century Media, we'd been lucky enough to support Bolt Thrower, Anathema, Cancer,
Nice.
Cradle of Filth, numerous gigs around the country, Cerebral Fix, a lot of bands then. So yeah, we had a good time, and then we got signed, and then it after we'd recorded the album, it didn't last too much longer after that, really. Just musical differences and young lads full of
piss and vinegar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, that's the new one there. It kind of makes sense at this point. You know, a lot of you guys are husbands or fathers, or it's hard to do the band thing once you've been away for a long time. Yeah. Unless you're single and you have a job that you can do whatever you want or make your own hours. It's just almost impossible.
Yeah.
I got to get a copy of that.
It's absolutely stunning album, by the way, Mark. Fucking brilliant, mate.
Nice one.
Absolutely brilliant.
He's kissing your ass now, like
he can. I'll bend over for him.
Mark, anything coming up on the channel you want to announce real quick?
No, just got a few CD updates, a few vinyl updates. I am thinking about doing a little bit of a series. I try every now and again to do a series on my channel. I did one on UK thrash bands a while ago. I also did a bit of a spotlight on different labels, my favourite albums from my favourite labels.
Nice.
But I've got a bit of an idea for a death metal one, an old school death metal one. So yeah, I haven't recorded anything of it yet. I'm still toying with the idea of how to do it properly.
Okay,
but
cool.
Like I say, I upload a new video every week. Every 5 days I try to do it, and it's usually collection updates, CDs and vinyl.
Cool. On my channel coming up Tuesday night, Derek Vella, 8:00 p.m. Eastern time, from Tomb Mold and Dream Unending.
Excellent.
Wednesday night, 10:00 p.m. my time. Chuck and I are gonna get the Moody Blues thing done that was supposed to be done last night. First 10 albums, just the 70s to 1980. Well, 67 to 1981. Because after that, it's not really worth talking about. Upcoming on the 20th. Jimmy, Future Ruins, Surge, Black Room Photos, and myself are doing the Alcest catalog. We're going to knock out the Alcest one. It's one we've been trying to get to. Fucking Johnny's going crazy over here. What's he?
I'm trying to take it out of the phone, and
Gotcha.
plug it into me buds if I can. Sorry.
What else do I have coming up? Oh, Hawkwind, first 10 albums. That's coming up at the end of the month. I think the 24th or 25th. I have a Jethro Tull box set thing I've been trying to get done.
Yeah, the prog is coming. The prog nerd is coming out.
A lot of prog, but there's metal too. There's some metal coming, and I want to talk to you about that when I get off here. So I think we're good. Are we good?
Yeah, all cool. Thank you for having us, Jeff.
You guys sit tight. Don't leave. Sit tight. Cool. Thank you, everybody that tuned in. Simon, Ryan, Larry, Nate, Defcon
Thanks, guys.
66. Don't
Appreciate
remember
the
your
support.
name.
People,
Thank you
Devin,
very much.
Rennie, James G. Warrior. We had a lot of people here, man. Guys, we had like 25 people at one point in time.
Nice. Thanks, guys.
Cool.
Appreciate you
Yeah.
watching.
Very much appreciated. Phil, no baloney. My daughter. Yeah, I think that's, I don't know. Those are the Marty. So yeah, you guys sit tight. I'm gonna end it.
Go.